God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Maintenant que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Aujourd'hui, c'est la
Today is Bike Day on the Hill.
Bike Day on the Hill. So in a nonpartisan spirit, a shout out to a former MP in this place who always led Bike Day, John Weston, who used to represent West Van Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. Don't want to use up all my time. And I want to pay tribute to the wonderful volunteers in Saanich Gulf Islands who work so hard to make sure we have paths for safe cycling. So to Island Pathways on Salt Spring Island, to MAP, moving around Pender, and to the vision that we all share of a Salish Sea Trail to bring bicyclists all around the beautiful islands of the Southern Gulf Islands, a huge shout out of thanks, particularly to my dear friend Bob Mackay, who's led so many cycling campaigns, and to Robin Jenkinson, and certainly more than I can mention in the 5 seconds I have left. Cycling is good for health, good for the environment, and good for our economy.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, in Cumberland County, Nova Scotia, the father-daughter team at Holdanka Farms is doing something extraordinary. Beyond some fantastic beef cattle they raise, John and Maria have been awarded the Canadian Cattle Association's Environmental Stewardship Award for their care of an entire ecosystem that includes more than 1,000 species across 500 North Shore acres. These two farmers insist on long-term, intergenerational thinking, and they're providing us with proof that when we commit to protecting things for the generations to come, we can build things that truly last. We need more of this energy. The climate crisis demands this kind of intergenerational thinking. The same is true for healthcare, housing, and energy. In each of these things, we do well to keep future generations at the center of our deliberations in this chamber. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, I'm really proud to announce that scientific research on the halibut in the Saguenay Fjord are complete, and we will be receiving a final report by October. Impressive images have come out of those projects and are of interest to the international community. Millions of views throughout the world, and this incredible creativity in our local regions has inspired crafts and has strengthened our commercial activity in our region. I'd like to point out the incredible work of Contact Nature, Musée du Fjord, and Professor Sirois and his team from the Université du Québec in Chicoutimi, as well as the fishers and those who are passionate about this beautiful tradition in the Saguenay region. Thanks to them, this project is a true collective success in the entire region that we can all be proud of.
The honourable member for Cape Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks 7th annual Canadian Beer Day, a day to celebrate Canadian beer and our world-class brewers, large and small, who brew from coast to coast to coast. Celebrated each year on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, Canadian Beer Day brings Canadians together to celebrate the economic, social, cultural contributions of brewing across this country. Canadian beer is more than just a refreshing beverage. It is part of who we are as Canadians. Today is a toast to the family farmers growing the finest barley in Western Canada, to the proud breweries of my home province of Newfoundland and Labrador, to the malters, warehouse workers, truck drivers, retailers and bartenders who bring it from field to glass. Our brewers are at the heart of our communities, large and small, urban and rural. Together, they directly employ 24,000 Canadians and support more than 149,000 jobs across the beer value chain.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the historic accomplishment of a local business that's been serving the community of Treeherne, Manitoba and surrounding area for over a century. Metcalfe's Garage has successfully operated for the last 125 years and now proudly are the oldest family-owned Ford dealership in Canada. The journey of Metcalfe's Garage began in 1900 with the vision of Thomas and Claire Metcalfe. The Metcalfes began serving their community by selling the Ford Model T, even teaching people how to drive after they purchased it. 5 generations later, Metcalfe's Garage has remained a family-owned company with the same commitment to hard work and service to their community. The story of Metcalfe's Garage inspires us all, proving that true success comes from putting the local community first. On behalf of the House of Commons, I want to congratulate the Metcalfe family for their amazing team for 125 years of work and service to our rural region.
Honorable Député de Compton.
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Mr. Speaker, thank you. In this Women's History Month, I'd like to pay tribute to a pioneer in municipal politics. Madame Françoise Bouchard, the outgoing mayor of Dixville. Madame Bouchard was the first Director General, the first municipal councillor, and the first woman mayor in her village. She marked municipal politics by being so tirelessly involved, by being so proud. Since 1984, she has served for over 40 years in political life. At the age of 84, she is certainly the most long-standing mayor, and it was an incredible opportunity that she has had, and she has been involved in municipal buildings, a community center, accessible housing. Madame Bouchard, you command respect. Thank you for everything.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the incredible work of Firefighter Aid Ukraine, an organization that embodies Edmonton's compassion and spirit. Started after Russia invaded Crimea in 2014, the FFAU has been a lifeline to the brave first responders in Ukraine. They've collected firefighter gear, life rescue equipment, and vital medical supplies from Canadian and U.S. first responders, as well as vendors, delivering over 450 tons of supplies directly to the front lines. The volunteers have made countless trips to Ukraine and provided thousands of hours of hands-on medical and trauma training. They've even brought over bomb-sniffing dogs Fergus and Torch to assist in saving lives in Ukraine. At the heart of this tireless work is Executive Director Kevin Royal, along with his board members Chris, Eva, Linda, Stuart, Nikki, and Dennis. They reflect the very best of Edmonton's selflessness. Thank you, Kevin, the board, and all the volunteers. It's because of people like you, Edmonton is known as the City of Champions.
Oh. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to celebrate one of Whitby's finest, Olivia Smith, a remarkable athlete who at just 20 years old made history. This past July, she broke another glass ceiling in women's sport, signing with Arsenal Football Club. She earned a world record fee of 1 million Great British pounds, becoming the most expensive signing in women's football history. Her journey began at age 5 at the Whitby Iroquois Soccer Club, and she's now blazing a trail in the UK's top league. With 9 goals scored this past season, she has already earned the Women's Player of the Year award from the Professional Football Association. What a feat. As a soon-to-be dad of 3 girls, I know little girls and fans all across Canada, and including in Whitby, are inspired by Olivia's every move. Olivia, we're all cheering for you.
Yes. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, growing up in Oshawa, the nightly routine was simple. dinner at home or at Teddy's if you were lucky. Then spend as much time outside as possible, knowing it was time to go home when the street lights came on. But now, crime has gotten so bad that the new nightly routine is to lock your car, hide your valuables, and turn on your security system if you have one. Police in Durham region and across the country are now urging Canadians to take part in what they call the 9 p.m. routine, asking residents to secure their property before bed. This is the reality after 10 years of Liberal soft-on-crime laws.
Shame.
On Monday, despite pleas from police associations, victims, and countless other law-abiding Canadians, the Liberals voted against our Conservative motion to strengthen Canada's bail laws and put public safety first. We need to scrap Liberal bail and keep violent repeat offenders behind bars because Canadians should not need a bedtime checklist.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. June 24th is St. John the Baptist Day in Quebec, the Fête Nationale. But it's also a collective moment of mourning for an entire nation. Serge Fiori, the great Serge Fiori, Fiori the wise, Fiori the mad, Fiori the gentle, the affectionate, the friend. Our Serge Fiori has gone on to hum the most beautiful melodies ever sung to the clouds. Fiori, harmonium, Séguin, and as a solo artist. Fiori, the Quebecer, left us in the midst of our people's celebrations. Of course, I was dejected, but I still cherish the support he gave me for singing about our sovereignty. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois and the presence of his colleagues and close friends, including my own, Mario Lefebvre and Serge Grimaud, I reiterate my condolences to his partner, Hélène Lévesque, his family, and all those who loved him. He left before seeing our country blossom. Fiori, my friend, it will be our turn. It won't be long. And we will think of you on that day, Serge.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, this week 400 community leaders from across Canada, including municipal governments, Indigenous communities, and community organizations, are gathered in Halifax for the Livable Cities Forum. Hosted by ICLEI Canada and the Halifax Regional Municipality, the forum's purpose is clear: to accelerate climate action in our communities by working together through creative and ambitious partnerships. Together, delegates are exploring solutions to the challenges our communities are facing all across Canada, safeguarding against climate impacts, long-term climate financing, and building affordable housing and transformative energy infrastructure. Bringing this conference to Halifax was an initiative I was proud to be a part of in my past role. And while I'm sad to miss this event, I'm honored to celebrate it here with my new colleagues here in the House of Commons. Building a Canada that is resilient, net zero, and equitable is only possible when diverse voices come together and are heard, something our government recognizes and values. I commend the work of all those involved and wish...
The honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister asked to be judged by the prices at the grocery store, while Long Range Mountains families are working hard to keep food on the table, yet each visit brings shock at the checkout. The price of staples has soared because of the Liberal government's hidden taxes. Those baked-in taxes are clear: the industrial carbon tax on fertilizer and farm equipment, the inflation tax from money printing deficits, carbon tax too, and now the food packaging tax that makes everyday necessities even more expensive. A senior, Edward, in the community of Irishtown, has told me he can't even afford a steak dinner even once in a while because it costs him over $50. Canadians are spending $800 more on food this year, and local food banks are seeing record demand. Conservatives offered a simple solution to stop the Liberal taxes on food, and they shamefully voted against it, Mr. Speaker. We will keep fighting for Canadians because we know they cannot afford another Liberal broken promise.
That's right.
The honourable member for Nipissing-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker.
Welcomes the Canadian Airports Council to Ottawa, and included are representatives from my community's Jack Garland Airport in North Bay. From Jack Garland Airport, citizens in need of specialized medical services fly to Toronto, Then there are firefighters who jump on an airplane at a moment's notice to assist communities facing natural disasters. And from North Bay, mining executives travel the globe to share leading-edge products and services. Airports are essential, and so a very special thank you on behalf of all of us to the airport personnel who work to ensure this sector is thriving for the betterment of North Bay and similar communities across our vast country. We say merci, thank you, miigwech.
The honourable member for Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
The Prime Minister promised Canadians the fastest growing economy in the G7. Instead, Canada now has the fastest shrinking economy and the second highest unemployment rate. The Prime Minister said to judge him by grocery prices. Well, they're rising even faster. He promised to build, baby, build, but his anti-development policies are driving investment away. He promised nation building at speeds once thought impossible, yet not one single permit has been issued. He promised a trade deal with the United States by July 21st, and still there is no deal. He promised elbows up on U.S. tariffs, which are now twice as high. He promised to spend less. Spending is up billions. He promised to invest more, but investment is leaving the country at an unprecedented rate. Mr. Speaker, Canadians need action, not more empty promises.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, on September 23rd, a fire families every week while providing essential services to children, seniors, and people with disabilities. Serious damage was caused, including more than $100,000 in food lost and the interruption of services such as Meals on Wheels. But the community immediately rallied to help. In Beauport-Limoilou, solidarity is not just a word, it's a reality. Already, citizens, volunteers, and local organizations are reaching out to support the Patro and help it get back on its feet as quickly as possible. This outpouring of generosity reflects the spirit of our writing. When faced with adversity, we stick together. I invite everyone, according to their means, to contribute to this group effort so that Patro HoC Amador can continue to feed, help, and bring our community together.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, have you ever dreamed about winning the lottery? Well, Donald Trump hit the jackpot. Yesterday, this Prime Minister committed $1 trillion of investment into the United States. That's on top of the $500 billion that fled from Canada in the last 5 years and the $50 billion that left just this year under this government. Now let's put this into perspective. That's the equivalent of doubling our national debt. Canadians are left with less investment, less jobs, less wages. When our Prime Minister said that he's going to build, baby, build, Canadians actually thought he meant Canada. But what he really means is closing mines in Quebec and opening in Pennsylvania, shutting down mills in BC and opening in Washington, shutting down auto plants in Ontario and opening in Michigan. American tariffs have doubled, and the Prime Minister is bragging about pushing $1 trillion of Canadian investments to the United States. That isn't a plan for growth, it's a plan for surrender. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister giving Donald Trump $1 trillion?
The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
On October 12th, Ismaili Muslims from Vancouver to Halifax, from Resolute to Laval, and around the world will celebrate the 54th birthday of His Highness Prince Rahim Aga Khan, his first since his ascension to the seat of the Ismaili Imamate. As our 50th Imam, Maulana Shah Rahim continues the legacy of his father as a strong partner to Canada, a partnership built on shared principles to improve the quality of life of those less fortunate, of supporting pluralism, of fighting climate change, of building resilience, and of ensuring that we find ways to work together across differences here at home and around the world. His example to us is that life is a marathon, not a sprint, and that we must build carefully and thoughtfully for the long term. For Ismailis, these values resonate in our commitment to building Canada. From coast to coast to coast, Ismailis are inspired by the example of our Imam to serve our communities, to build economic prosperity, and to be engaged members of Canadian society. And on this occasion, we affirm our commitment to these values and to the important guidance we receive from our Imam. I invite all members of this House in joining me to wish His Highness Prince Rahim Aga Khan a very happy birthday.
Hear, hear. Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, now we know why President Trump wanted this Prime Minister to win so much, so he would be against a weak leader whose tax and anti-development policies are driving billions of dollars in jobs to the United States. Yesterday, the Prime Minister promised President Trump $1 trillion of investment in the coming years if we get the deal we want. That is investment that will leave Canada, driving mines and paper mills and factories out of Canada, leaving families without work. Why didn't the Prime Minister negotiate an end to the softwood lumber tariffs instead of offering this gift? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Things aren't getting off to an auspicious start today. Okay, the Right Honourable Prime Minister from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, this is another moment to give a little economic lesson to the Leader of the Opposition. The Canadian and American economies are closely aligned, and I gave such a lesson to the President of the U.S. yesterday. I said that what is at risk is Canadian investment into the United States if we do not get a real detail. We will get a deal, however, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he could certainly give lessons on driving investment out of Canada and into the United States because he has already managed to drive $54 billion worth of investment into the United States. This killed 86,000 jobs. Households are suffering from this. People are sitting around the dinner table wondering how they are going to pay their bills. And since this Prime Minister took power, American softwood lumber tariffs have doubled. Here's the question. After giving the Americans a $54 billion gift, has he negotiated an end to the softwood lumber tariffs? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the current situation is as follows. We have the best agreement with the Americans in the world. We are still negotiating further gains in major sectors, including softwood lumber, and we will only accept the best deal on softwood lumber.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, we now know why the U.S. President wanted this Prime Minister in power so badly, a weak leader whose high taxes and anti-development laws are sending billions of dollars and thousands of jobs out of this country. 86,000 jobs lost. And yesterday, the Prime Minister promised the President that he would increase Canadian investment in the U.S. by $1 trillion if he gets the agreement that he expects to get. Mr. Speaker, in exchange for $1 trillion of job losses in Canada, will he at least get an end to the U.S. auto tariffs that are killing jobs for our workers in Ontario?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have the best deal in the world with the Americans. First point. Second point, the President of the United States and myself had a meeting of minds yesterday with respect to the future of the steel sector, the aluminum sector, the energy sector in cooperation, which is why our teams are negotiating the terms of those deals. And we are working, as the President himself said in the Oval Office, on the modalities of an auto agreement.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he just confirmed he's selling out our auto workers. And let me tell him what it means when investment leaves this country, because he has forced a record amount out in his 7 months in power. The 700 workers at the GM plant who lost their jobs in Oshawa, they can tell him about investment that is left. They're sitting around the dinner table wondering how they're going to pay their bills while GM announces $4 billion of new investment south of the border. So while the Prime Minister promises yet another trillion-dollar gift to President Trump, why doesn't he look them at those workers in the eye and explain to them why he betrayed them?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what this government is doing for the auto sector is an unprecedented investment in the Canadian auto sector. We look the Canadian auto workers in the eye. We have $5 billion in the Strategic Response Fund. We have $10 billion for liquidity management. We have worker retraining. We are striking deals with countries around the world. We have the best deal already with the Americans, and it will be even better.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we'll go soft on him today because I know he's still recovering from surgery to have his elbows removed. Remember that promise, Mr. Speaker? Dancing around with his elbows in the air. We haven't seen those elbows since the election, after which $54 billion of investment gone to the United States. 86,000 jobs gone. American tariffs on Canada doubled. And as to the best deal in the world, why is it then, if we have the best deal, that Canada has the fastest shrinking economy in the G7 and 86,000 people are without a job?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Okay. All right. Mr. Speaker, there are three things that are true. First is, I realized long before the Leader of the Opposition, long before the last election, you remember the last election? Long before the last election, that our relationship with the United States would never again be what it was. Secondly, thing that is true is we have the best deal with the Americans. And the third thing that's true is we will get an even better deal because we...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians do remember the last election where that Prime Minister promised to put elbows up. It was not a promise, it was the promise that he ran on. Now those elbows have come down, the American tariffs have doubled, we have by far the weakest economy in the G7, 86,000 people have lost their jobs, and the Prime Minister went pathetically to the White House to offer a $1 trillion gift, bowing before the President in weakness. $1 trillion, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of the last election, where in his platform did he promise to give $1 trillion of our investment dollars to the Americans?
The Right Honourable Prime
Mr.
Minister.
Speaker, I would like to inform the Leader of the Opposition that there is a thing called the private sector. The private sector makes decisions about investment. The private sector with the best deal in the world will invest in this country and we will build Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. This will be a long one. It's going to be a long day. The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Wow. The Prime Minister seems to have received some mockery. I guess the bar is very low. All he had to do was not fall on his face in front of the U.S. president in the entire world. So I guess he did that. He said that he was a strong leader. That's great. But the Prime Minister ought to gain more and talk less. Is the Prime Minister truly content with a few nice words from the U.S. President instead of a trade agreement. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that the U.S. President and I had a meeting of the minds about a deal for the steel, aluminum, and energy sectors. That is why our teams are working on just such a deal as we speak. The Honourable Member for Chambly. But that's not what we heard about during the campaign. It was supposed to be better than that. The truth is the Prime Minister came back empty-handed with nothing at all. Zero. Zilch. Yet there are new tariffs on trucks and increased tariffs on softwood lumber. The great negotiator is again coming back into the country, the tail between his legs. When will he stun us? When will he impress us? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, on July 31st, the President of the United States himself signed the best deal in the world between the U.S. and Canada. It keeps 85% of our trade free of tariffs, but we are working harder to get a deal for the steel, aluminum, and softwood lumber sectors. The Honourable Member for Chambly. His best deal in the world is not really working for the forestry sector nor for the aluminum sector. More pretty words. All he cares about is compliments. Jean de La Fontaine wrote about the fable of the fox and the crow. Skewering the Prime Minister's view of flattery. Does the Prime Minister really believe that Quebecers will content themselves with the words from the wicked fox? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, our team, including the Minister of International Trade, are negotiating on behalf of the aluminum sector. This is not just words. There are numbers here, too, and we will get a deal.
Thornhill.
Speaker, the Prime Minister assured Canadians that he would secure a victory, and there is none. The tariffs that he said he would get rid of have actually doubled, and now he's promising to ship $1 trillion of investment to the U.S. with nothing in return. That's not a strategy. It's a clearance sale on Canadian jobs. Paper mills from BC closing while Washington State cuts the ribbon. Factories in Ontario going dark while Michigan lights up. Why did the Prime Minister trade away Canadian paychecks for an applause line in Washington?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
On the contrary, the Prime Minister is focused on protecting jobs and businesses. First, stabilizing supply chains through initiatives like our Strategic Response Fund, Mr. Speaker, including on steel, aluminum, manufacturing, auto, and agriculture, continuing to build supply chains while maintaining a strong domestic economy, the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, Mr. Speaker, while negotiating a strong bilateral relationship and diversifying our supply chains. We will build Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
With that kind of answer, if you measure your wealth by a stock index, that's your guy. But if it comes from a paycheck, you are his sacrifice. Canadians trusted the Prime Minister to fight for their jobs and to fight for their paychecks. And months after he vowed to get a deal, there still is none. There's 86,000 less Canadians working. He doubled the deficit at home, $54 billion of investment that fled south with the promise to make it $1 trillion. In what world is a $1 trillion gift to Donald Trump considered a win?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, businesses from all over the world are are choosing Canada. That is why, once again, we are ranked as one of the best countries in the G20 for doing business. We are deepening our partnerships in Europe, in the Indo-Pacific, and in Africa to create opportunities here at home. And that's why we've just signed a historic deal with Indonesia to create jobs, to diversify supply chains. Mr. Speaker, these are more than just agreements. They are the resilience of Canada's economic future, Mr. Speaker. We will build Canada strong.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Well, it's a good thing you don't need elbows to come home empty-handed. Yesterday, we found out why Donald Trump wanted this guy to be Prime Minister so badly. It's because Trump knew he would get everything he wanted with this Prime Minister. In addition to keeping all the Trudeau-era policies that are already chasing away jobs and investments, this Prime Minister decided to offer a $1 trillion gift of Canadian investment dollars flowing to the U.S. That means mines built in the U.S., factories built in the U.S., sawmills built in the U.S., all with Canadian investment dollars. So simple question, in exchange for this generous sacrifice, did the Prime Minister get an end to all U.S. tariffs once and for all?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
We will take no lesson from the Conservatives. No lessons from the Conservatives. On this side of the aisle, and all Canadians, we believe in this country, Mr. Speaker. Canada is the place where we attract talent. Canada is the place where we build ships, we build cars, we build planes. Canada is the place where we have critical minerals. Canada is the place where we have energy. Canada is the only country in the G7 with a free trade with all other G7 nations, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build Canada strong. We are the true north, strong and free, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Believe in Canada? This Liberal Prime Minister won't even pay taxes in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Once those investment dollars go to the U.S., they don't come back. Just look at TC Energy. That used to be called TransCanada Energy until they had to drop the word Canada because they can't get anything built in this country. They just put $8.5 billion to work in the U.S. The Prime Minister said during the election, anyone who worships at the altar of Donald Trump will kneel before him, not stand up to him. Yesterday, he knelt there like a pylon while the President skated all around him. Did he get an end to U.S. tariffs in return?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I have even more good news for the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. On November 4th, we will be presenting a budget with generational investment, Mr. Speaker, that is going to make Canada the strongest economy in the G7. We will invest in our people. We're going to build this country. We're going to empower Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build Canada strong, and we're going to do it with all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Prime Minister promised to fight for our workers, but under his watch, Canada has lost over 86,000 jobs. We have the fastest shrinking economy and the second highest unemployment rate in the G7. The Liberal decision to buy American to appease Trump has cost Cami over 900 jobs in my riding. The Liberal Prime Minister continues to sell out our workers. He's handing over their jobs to the United States and is driving $1 trillion of investment down south. Why?
Yeah!
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Listen, Mr. Speaker, over a decade, Canadians...
I'm trying to listen. The Honourable Minister.
Didn't you fire your... For decades, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have watched as Conservatives have fought against their interests. Not just voted against their interests, Mr. Speaker, but actively worked to fight against their families' prosperity. Whether it's beating back unionization, whether it's voting against school nutrition programs, whether it's fighting against Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker, Canadians know who has their back, and it sure isn't the Conservative Party.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable-Lotbinière. The Liberals don't want to talk about the $1 trillion of investment. That is the amount that the Prime Minister promised President Trump. over the next 5 years. What did the Prime Minister get in return for this promise? A free lunch at the White House. That's it, Mr. Speaker. That's the only result. Our workers are losing their jobs because businesses will be moving to the United States. Mills and sawmills will be closing their doors in Canada and reopening down south. Is that what the Prime Minister promised to Canadians? A lunch at the White House? The Honourable Minister of Trade. Another little lesson for the Conservatives. We have investors in Canada that invest all over the world. For example, the Caisse de dépôt et de placement. The proceeds come back to Canada, where they are given over to our nurses and doctors and firefighters. Everyone benefits. Canadian investment abroad is a good thing for Canada. It is a tool that we can use to build Canada strong. And that is exactly what we are doing with our workers. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable-Lotbinière. What we want, Mr. Speaker, is a country where people invest here, where people around the world invest here in Canada. Instead of doing what the Liberals do and forking over $1 trillion to the United States over the next 5 years, that will cost jobs. The Prime Minister came back empty-handed. It's not just me saying that. Newspapers all over the country, from coast to coast to coast, are in agreement. A lot of words and little results when the Prime Minister goes to meet President Trump. Why is the Prime Minister selling out our future to the United States instead of keeping his promise to end the tariffs? The Honourable Government House Leader. Wow, it looks like there's a Conservative quoting Radio-Canada. That's new. They wanted to abolish Radio-Canada during the last campaign. Pension funds and people around the world are investing in Canada. The world is investing in Canada. We are one of the best countries in the G7 for direct foreign investment. And then, thanks to us, we will be building projects that people can invest in. Ports and major projects built with Canadian steel, Canadian aluminum, built by Canadian trades workers. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, 5 premiers, including the Premier of Quebec, wrote to the Prime Minister with a clear request that he should withdraw the federal government's factum in the Supreme Court challenge of Bill 21. These 5 premiers refused to let Ottawa use the courts as a weapon in its fight against the notwithstanding clause. I will quote the 5 premiers. The federal government's arguments represent a complete disavowal of the constitutional bargain that brought the Charter into being. Will the Liberals end their constitutional power play and withdraw their factum? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals did not begin this court challenge, but we will participate in a case that is now being studied by the Supreme Court. It is very important that the federal government protect the Charter and the rights of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, after a few years, this case has reached the Supreme Court. It would be unthinkable for the federal government not to weigh in. We will take part in this court case, and we will protect our Charter today and into the future. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, this morning, when he was questioned about the federal government's attack on Bill 21 and the notwithstanding clause, the Minister of Justice went rogue once more. He defended his crusade by stating that democracy is under pressure around the world. And as an example, he cited the war in Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. So I guess for him, Quebec's use of the notwithstanding clause to protect state secularism is a risk to democracy comparable to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Honestly, will the minister immediately withdraw that ridiculous and insulting analogy? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
When a member chooses to misinterpret a quote for his political position, it's clear he believes his own argument is very weak. The positions that we have advanced in the Supreme Court of Canada are that the notwithstanding clause does not allow governments, federal or provincial, to permanently damage the rights of Canadians, and that it does not permit governments to silence the courts when governments violate the rights of Canadians. The provinces may have a different point of view. I invite them to participate in the court proceedings. That is a healthy way in a democracy to challenge ideas you may not like.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
This Prime Minister's broken promises are hurting Canadians. He promised he was going to spend less, and in fact, he's going to spend more, a lot more. Trudeau left a deficit of $42 billion. This Prime Minister is going to supersize it well past $60 billion. Deficits cause inflation, but it's Canadians who end up paying the price. In fact, 86,000 Canadians have paid that price by losing their jobs. When will this Prime Minister stop his reckless spending?
When? The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, you can't make this up. This coming from a leader who's never had a job outside of this House and who couldn't even negotiate with the members of Carleton to keep his seat. The world has changed, and we're going to change how we budget, Mr. Speaker. On November 4th, we're going to come forth with a disciplined budget that's going to build. We're going to invest in Canada. I ask the leader opposite to negotiate his way to finding a way to support us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
That's just an incredible example of 35 seconds of saying absolutely nothing. What is actually going on here is we've got fancy bankers speak to try and say that debt is investment. Debt is debt. It doesn't matter how much lipstick you put on this pig. And it's Canadians who pay the price of this reckless debt spending. Canada has the second highest unemployment in the G7. 86,000 Canadians just lost their job. And all this guy can do is think it's time to sell jokes at Yuck Yucks. When will this Prime Minister realize his reckless spending is actually hurting Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the member opposite's been, but for the last 4 months, we've been crossing the country, listening to Canadians, getting feedback from Canadians. Mr. Speaker, on November 4th, we will table a disciplined budget that will spend less and invest more in Canada. We will build Canada's economy. We will become the strongest, most resilient economy in the G7. I ask the Conservative Party to cut the rhetoric, get on board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
The Prime Minister has broken his promise to Canadians. He promised the strongest economy in the G7, but instead delivered the fastest shrinking economy and the second highest unemployment rate. 86,000 more Canadians have lost their jobs, and a staggering $52 billion of net investment has fled the country. And what's the Prime Minister's solution? Send a further $1 trillion of investment down to the U.S. Why is the Prime Minister acting like an investment agent for Trump instead of keeping his promises to Canadians to deliver jobs?
Well done. The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader's been busy writing letters. We're busy cutting taxes. We've cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We've cut the GST for first-time homebuyers. Interest rates are dropped. And, Mr. Speaker, we are going to build homes at a pace not seen since the Second World War. I ask the party opposite to get on board, stop fighting our initiatives, and support us. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
10 years to deliver all that, and they've delivered nothing. Now, this Prime Minister's promised fiscal discipline, but instead is playing fiscal shell game with his to hide his failures. He's broken his promise to deliver a declining debt-to-GDP ratio and has abandoned fiscal guardrails. The accounting sleight of hand they're offering cannot hide the truth. A deficit of well over $60 billion. Canadians know that debt is debt and deficits drive inflation. How much higher is inflation going to go because of the Liberals' broken promises to rein in their out-of-control spending and deficits?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we consider elections job interviews. The Canadians looked at the resume of our leader and the leader of the opposition. It wasn't even close. Our leader has world-class business business and economic experience versus the Leader of the Opposition has none. On November 4th, Mr. Speaker, we will table a disciplined budget. We will spend less, invest more in nation-building projects, in defense and infrastructure, and we will build houses at a scale not seen since the Second World War. Mr. Speaker, we're tired of the rhetoric. Join us. Let's build Canada.
L'honorable député de Côte.
The Honourable Member for Côte-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Kataskamik-Témiscouata. Mr. Speaker, since we've had these Liberal Prime Ministers' expenses have skyrocketed, consultants' fees have gone from $19 to $26 billion. Despite the promises of this Liberal government, the deficit has gone from $42 to $62 billion. And the result is more inflation, fewer jobs, and a declining economy. It's not surprising that people in my riding are not able to make ends meet. Does this government realize that their broken promises are costing Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, what we've done since we came to power is that we've lowered taxes for 22 million Canadians in order to improve middle-class purchasing power in Canada. We passed legislation to unite the Canadian economy. $250 billion contribution to GDP. It's not surprising that Canadians and Quebecers have chosen a serious leader with a serious and ambitious plan. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, this week the Minister of Finance announced a new budget framework which will separate regular operating expenses and capital investment. In addition, this new plan will change the budget cycle. Budgets will be tabled in the fall, and economic updates will be published in the spring. So in my riding, people are looking forward to the budget, and they want to know very concretely how this new budget framework will not only improve planning, but also improve the implementation of government policy. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for this excellent question. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the world is changing and we also need to adapt. We need to spend less and invest more. That's why earlier this week, I presented a new way of doing things, a new framework that will improve how we use capital and that will also change the budget cycle. That will offer opposition members more clarity on public accounts. It will also offer more clarity to businesses and organizations who receive federal funds. It will help them plan. It will also help to plan for construction season. Everyone will win with this new plan. Thank you.
Speaker, one day after the Prime Minister's visit to the White House, the U.S. Commerce Secretary has announced that there will be no relief on tariffs for finished automobiles in Canada. This after 700 Oshawa GM workers lost their jobs and GM sent $4 billion to the U.S.
I apologize for interrupting the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, but apparently the interpretation is not working, so I'll allow them. Is it back on? C'est bon? It's good? So from the top, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition from the top.
One day after the Prime Minister met at the White House, promising that he would fight for Canadian workers, we learned from the U.S. Commerce Secretary that there will be no relief for Canadian finished automobiles. This after 700 Oshawa GM workers lost their jobs with $4 billion of GM money going to the U.S. 900 CAMI workers in Ingersoll losing their jobs with those jobs going to the U.S. and 150 workers at Stellantis being sent home while $8 billion of Stellantis money goes to the U.S. The Prime Minister failed to stand up for auto workers yesterday. Will he do so now?
The Honourable... The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Watch your pressure. He's the Prime Minister. You can call him.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that the Prime Minister and the President had a very productive discussion yesterday on steel, on aluminum, on energy for the benefit of the Canadian economy, and on auto. I remind my colleague of the President's words. We want Canada to do well making cars, so we will get there. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the Leader of the Opposition to take a look at even Ford Canada in my riding of Oakville and to realize that on this side of the House we are building.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister refused to stand up for our auto workers, and today he refuses to stand up for our auto workers. How can he sit right there? Well, the U.S. Commerce Secretary just came out and said the 25% tariffs will stay in place. Despite the Prime Minister's concession after concession, he backed down on counter tariffs, backed down on the DST. Yesterday offered $1 trillion of Canadian investment money, and still he can't win anything from our auto workers. What does he say to those thousands of auto workers that are out of work because of his weakness?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we have at this point with the United States for the auto sector is the lowest tariff in the world, less than 10%, lower than Europe, lower than Korea, lower than Japan. We have the lowest tariff, and we are still negotiating because, as the President said yesterday, the Prime Minister of Canada is a tough negotiator. We will get a great deal.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
There we go. Mr. Speaker, give me $1 trillion and even I will say something nice about this guy. Oh my God. How much is it going to cost to pay Canadian investment dollars to flatter this Prime Minister's ego? Yep. It would make you laugh if it didn't make you cry, Mr. Speaker. But for the workers in Ingersoll, in Windsor, and in Oshawa who have lost their jobs after the Prime Minister promised to protect them, how will they ever trust this Prime Minister again after he betrayed them?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Just a moment. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, one thing that Canadians know from Ingersoll to Windsor to Oakville to Oshawa is that on this side of the House, we will not let Canadians down. We have the strategic fund putting billions of dollars to support auto workers and the auto sector. We are supporting the agri-food business, and we will always be there for Canadian workers as well, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we're about diversifying supply chains and supporting Canadians while we get the best deal possible for this country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's really pathetic that the Prime Minister will not stand up for auto workers in this House of Commons, just like he refused to stand up for them yesterday. We have thousands of auto workers who have lost their jobs since this Prime Minister promised to protect them. These families are sitting around their tables wondering what is going to happen to them. They are among the 86,000 Canadians who've lost their jobs, leading to the second highest unemployment of any country in the G7. We have record lineups at food banks, and this Prime Minister is giving away $1 trillion investment dollars to the U.S. while people here can't even pay their bills. Why won't he stand up now?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservatives on standing up for Canadian businesses and Canadian workers. Every opportunity that they have to vote in favor of Canadians, whether it's pharmacare, whether it's dental care, whether it's the Canada Child Benefit,
opposition.
I think we're beginning to see how it is that the president has been able to bulldoze over this prime minister. He won't even stand up when he is confronted by the Americans. Just over an hour ago, a report came out that the U.S. Commerce Secretary said there will be no relief for Canadian-made automobiles going into the United States. The Prime Minister is back down on counter tariffs, back down on the DST, back down on defense. Yesterday promised to push $1 trillion of private sector investment out of our country. How is he going to look those Canadian auto workers in the eye and tell them how he got nothing for them in return?
Yeah. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is a sad day in this House when the Leader of the Opposition suggests that standing up for the defense of this country, when the Leader of the Opposition suggests that spending to defend our borders, that spending to defend our fulfillment in NATO, that is backing down on defense. Shame. Now, we have the lowest tariff on autos of...
Speaker, come on, we can't even hear anything.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, at least he finally got up, but he didn't address the question about auto workers. There are auto workers who are sitting at home right now who do not know how they're going to pay their mortgages. This Prime Minister looked them in the eye and said he was going to protect their jobs. And then he said he would put his elbows up. And then he said he would get a win by July 21st. Then he said that he would have a deal. There's been no deal. There's been no win. And now for these workers, there is no job. Today we learned that he's backing down again on auto tariffs. Why is it that he's selling out our auto workers at a time when they need him most?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker,
Come on, Mr. Speaker, listen to this.
Japan, the European Union, the United Kingdom, every other country in the world is paying a higher tariff than Canada has gotten on automobiles. And we are not done. That is why we have not signed an accord on autos. That is why we are fighting hard for our auto workers. And I put the President on notice yesterday about the consequences of not having that accord.
Okay. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. President, you have been warned. If you put in another tariff, he's going to give you yet another $1 trillion. This is the tough negotiator that we hired? The guy who broke his promise to have a deal on July 21st. A guy who broke his promise to negotiate a win, who simultaneously removed the counter tariffs while he was giving speeches promising to have them in place, and yesterday offered more concessions to the U.S. president, knowing that the tariffs that are killing our auto sector would stay in place. Why does he always back down and give our jobs to the Americans instead of standing up for Canada?
I just want to make sure we're ready before we go to the... The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and I think this is important for the entire House to understand, that we have a strategy with the United States that means that our auto sector is paying less than 10% tariff. When Japan, when Europe, when the UK, when the rest of the world is paying 15, which is bigger than 10 or higher. And we are not done yet, because we refuse to sign a deal that isn't better in the interests of Canadians. And that's why
the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he is already signing a deal that makes us worse off because he makes concession after concession after concession while getting nothing in return. Yesterday, he announced that his policies will drive $1 trillion of private sector money out of our country as part of the agreement that he is going to sign with the United States. That means factories and plants closing in Canada. Most of all in our auto sector, which is on the verge of being wiped out after he promised to save it. So can he tell me, did he demand the president lift all tariffs on Canadian autos, yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our agreement yesterday, the President and myself, is to focus now on steel, on aluminum, on energy, the building blocks of our broader competitiveness, including our auto sector. Those negotiations on autos continue from a position that is the strongest in the world. 10 is less than 15, which is less than 25, which is less than 50.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Zero is the paycheck that those workers who've lost their jobs are getting right now. And Mr. Speaker, 7th is last place in the G7 when it comes to growth, or in this case, negative growth. This Prime Minister has to get his excuses straight. He blames the tariffs for the fact that we have the second highest unemployment in the G7 and the fastest shrinking economy. And then he claims at the same time that the tariffs are really not so bad. So which is it? Why is our economy so weak? Because of his diplomatic failings abroad or his disastrous economic policies at home?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've been saying all this year, long before the Leader of the Opposition caught up, the U.S. has fundamentally changed its trading policy with everyone. It is a rupture. In that environment, Canada has the best deal. But what we are doing is controlling what we can control, which is building Canada strong. November 4th, that side of the House is going to have a chance of whether they're going to build alongside Canadians a generational investment in an ambitious future for our country.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, hate crimes are not like other crime. They seek to divide us, sow fear, and rip apart our communities. Too often, these unacceptable actions.
Take it from the top. I couldn't hear. There's some noise in the corners here. So if the honourable member could start over.
Hate crimes are not like other crime. They seek to divide us, to sow fear, and to rip our communities apart. Too often, these unacceptable actions are ignored or underreported. Can the Minister of Justice explain how creating a specific hate crime offense will enable us to better recognize and punish these attacks?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Hamilton Mountain for her hard work on this file. Hate crimes don't only affect one person, they affect the whole community. With this bill, we will create a specific offense for hate crime. Once we have tailored legislation, we will be better able to punish those responsible and protect our communities. Hate does not belong in Canada, and Canadians need to feel safe from it. I sincerely hope that all parties in the House will support this bill.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister promised to create jobs in Canada, but since he became Prime Minister, we've lost 86,000 jobs. Promise broken. He promised to increase investment in Canada, but since he became Prime Minister, we lost $54 billion of investment to the United States. Promise broken. Yesterday, we all watched in shock as he promised another $1 trillion of Canadian investment money to the United States. I hope it is not the case that he plans to keep his promise to Donald Trump after breaking his promises to Canadians. How many jobs will it cost us if he does?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that member is new to this chamber, so maybe he doesn't know the record of the party that he sits with. But they've voted consistently against the interests of Canadians. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but they've fought against Canadians' rights, whether it's labour rights, Mr. Speaker, whether it's the right to retire at a decent age, Mr. Speaker, whether it's the right to raise our children with the resources that we need, Mr. Speaker. These Conservatives have voted against Canadians, and that's why Canadians don't trust them, Mr. Speaker. On this side, they trust the Prime Minister to get this job done.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, on the other hand, this minister is not a new member, and so she should know her own record. 86,000 job losses under this Prime Minister alone. Canada has the worst youth employment rate in over 25 years. Job numbers come out again this Friday, and the situation continues to get grimmer. Witnesses at our parliamentary public hearings on youth unemployment were very clear yesterday. It isn't a wealth distribution problem, it's a wealth creation problem. And the Prime Minister wants to send another $1 trillion to the United States. Why is he breaking his promises and continuing to ship jobs south of the border?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, well, youth would be disappointed to know that that member voted against their interests time and time again. Whether it was for skills training, Mr. Speaker, whether it was for Canada Summer Jobs, Mr. Speaker, whether it was in investments in research and innovation, Mr. Speaker, I sure hope that the nature of that question means he'll vote for this budget, Mr. Speaker, because we're going to invest in Canadians, and Canadians know that.
That's right. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Alaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How can the Liberals clap today? The Prime Minister admitted that this is a sad day. Let's look at all of these broken promises. The Prime Minister promised to create jobs, but what happened was that we lost 86,000, a failure. He promised to grow the economy, but instead we have the second highest unemployment rate in the G7, another failure. He promised to increase Canadian investment and protect our jobs, but the result is that we've lost $54 billion investment dollars that have fled Canada. When will the Prime Minister finally keep his promises? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of good news to share. My colleague must realize that this government, the very first thing we did, Mr. Speaker, is bring in a measure to help 22 million Canadians. I'm sure that in his own writing, my colleague told everyone, thanks to the Liberal government, 22 million Canadians won't have to pay as much in taxes. And on November 4th, we will announce a generational investment. Even more good news. Starting on November 4th, we will build a strong, prosperous country, a strong Canada together. The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, there was a meeting of the leaders of the G7, and Canada clearly stated that it would be a leader in the world race to extract critical minerals, which are important for creating electric vehicles, clean technology, and for information technologies. Controlling these critical minerals will enable us to create good middle-class jobs. It will enable us to protect our economy. Can the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources tell us how the Canadian government will be strengthening our leadership on critical minerals for Quebecers and all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for that question. Our government's commitment to make Canada a leader in critical minerals is being put into action. This weekend I was in beautiful Saguenay, where we announced that Ariane phosphate has been approved for a $735,000 NRCan research grant By investing in resilient and sustainable Canadian critical minerals and mineral processing, we are putting Canadians to work, securing Canadian sovereignty, and seizing an opportunity to make Canada a clean and conventional energy superpower.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' $742 million gun grab continues to be mired in controversy after the minister admitted on leaked audio that it will not work. In Cape Breton, residents are angered by the program being launched, and the local police union was left in the dark and not consulted. Now we find out that the Liberal minister is the brother-in-law of the police chief overseeing the program. Will the Liberals now admit that the only way they can get police forces to participate is to hire their family?
Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, let me just remind the party opposite that the Mass Casualty Commission in Nova Scotia recommended that governments take decisive action to take assault-style firearms off our streets, Mr. Speaker. It is a critical part of the work in ensuring the safety and security of our communities. I want to thank the people of Cape Breton for the pilot program, Mr. Speaker. I know the police chief as well as men and women in uniform are very much engaged in this process. The pilot is working, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to reporting back to the House on its progress, and I also look forward to the expansion of the program nationwide.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend, eminent Arctic expert Professor Franklin Griffiths wrote that Canada needs to, quote, Canada needs to consider the possibility that the U.S. president will, without our permission, send American warships through the Northwest Passage as a show of force. He asked a very pertinent question, what will Canada do? And asked whether the Prime Minister would be prepared to start by thanking the Inuit people of Nunavut for protecting Canadian sovereignty through the assertion of Inuit ownership of those lands. Will the Prime Minister respond to that brilliant suggestion?
The Honourable Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our new government is strengthening Arctic security by investing in people, infrastructure, and partnerships that protect Canada's sovereignty and support resilient communities. We're working with Indigenous governments and territorial partners to ensure Canada's presence in the North is secure, visible, and enduring. That means investments in dual-use infrastructure like ports, airstrips, bridges, and clean energy. That reinforces defense priorities and lasting benefits to communities in the North.
Alors, ça met fin à la... Thank you.
Order. I wish to inform the House of the volume the earpieces will now be reset. Order. We'll have a little order. Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Anand Dasangari, seconded by Mr. Fuhr, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Certain Measures Relating to the Security of Canada's Borders and the Integrity of the Canadian Immigration System and respecting other related security measures. The motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Anand Dasangari, seconded by Mr. Fuhr, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted. The bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Rapport du délégation
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Baker, seconded by Mr. Maloney, moves that Bill S-210, an act respecting Ukrainian Heritage Month, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce Bill S-210. If passed, the bill would declare September as Ukrainian Heritage Month across Canada every year. I'd like to thank Senator Kucher for introducing this bill in the other place, and the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore for co-sponsoring this bill with me. Since 1891, Ukrainians have been coming to Canada. Most were very poor, but they carried with them something very important, a relentless work ethic and a resolve to preserve their Ukrainian heritage. Today, there are over 1.3 million Canadians of Ukrainian heritage. Ukrainian Canadians have and continue to make an important contribution to our country that spans communities from coast to coast to coast. It has never been more important, Speaker, for us to pass this bill than it is today. As we speak, Russia is attempting not only to conquer Ukraine, but to destroy the very heritage that this bill aims to honor, that generations of Ukrainian Canadians work so hard to preserve. Ukrainian Heritage Month would give us a special opportunity for us to honor Ukrainian heritage, honor the role that Ukrainian Canadians have made to Canada, and the role that Canada has played in supporting Ukrainian Canadians. Slava Kanadi, Slava Ukraini. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
Right now.
At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to present a petition on behalf of the members of Riding Mountain. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River are experiencing an alarming increase in violent crime that has threatened the safety and well-being of families across our region. A recent report by Manitoba West District RCMP found that over an 18-month period, 4 offenders in Swan River were responsible for 239 offences. Petitioners continue to suffer the consequences of soft on crime liberal policies like Bill C-5 that repealed mandatory jail time for serious crimes, and Bill C-75, which forces judges to release repeat violent offenders right back onto the streets. Petitioners of the Swan Valley want to see an end to this liberal, reckless catch-and-release policies so that criminals can stay behind bars. This is why the people of Swan River are demanding jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. I support the good people of Swan River.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
I rise today to present e-petition 6522 signed by over 500 Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They're deeply concerned about recent federal policy changes that reduced international student study permits by over 40% and restricted post-graduation work permit eligibility without stakeholder consultation. Petitioners warn that these cuts undermine Canada's ability to meet urgent workforce needs in healthcare, education, technology, and the skilled trades. They note that universities and colleges already underfunded now face layoffs, program losses, and reduced accessibility. The policy also destabilizes immigration pathways, delays certification for newcomers, and threatens Canada's reputation as a global leader in education. And finally, petitioners therefore call on the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to amend these caps, restore alignment with labour force needs, increase federal funding for post-secondary education, support affordable student housing, and defend the vital role of higher learning education in Canada's economic future. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to present a petition on behalf of my residents of Canada. This petition to date has over 1,000 signatures. It's individuals who have expressed concerns about the situation in Iran and are seeking government support for family members that are already lawfully in Canada. They've shared that the current situation has created severe consequences for families. Years of waiting in uncertainty, unable to plan for the future, and being separated from loved ones. This results in emotional distress, financial hardship for families here that are trying to build stable lives in Canada. They've also shared that many have been invited by the Canadian government to apply for permanent residency, but their applications have been prolonged by federal security screening. Their petition seeks to resolve these lengthy delays by issuing timely temporary resident work and study permits to immediate family of members of, or for members of Iranian nationals that are lawfully here in Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to table this petition today and to ensure that their voices are heard. Thank you.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to present a petition on behalf of residents of Saskatoon West. And these are residents of Fairhaven, Meadowgreen, Park Ridge, and Confederation in Saskatoon, and they're concerned about crime in the city. Violent crime is up 10% in Saskatoon with an increase of assaults, murders, and robberies. Saskatoon's had 14 homicides in 2024 and almost 15% increase in the number of murders committed in 2023. And so as a result, these residents feel unsafe in their homes. So the petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to reform the catch and release bail system to prevent dangerous, repeat, and violent offenders from serving their sentences in their community, to establish new indictable offenses, reporting obligations and limitations on weapons possession for previous offenders who break conditions, and pass legislation in which an accused charged more than twice with certain indictable offenses must be detained in custody while subject to summons, appearance notice, or release order. And Mr. Speaker, I support this petition.
Good job, bro.
I'll just remind members that we don't endorse petitions, but the Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in the House today to present e-petition 45-1, initiated by my constituent, Ms. Jenny Perez, passionate advocate for children's online safety. This petition has garnered the support of nearly 2,000 Canadians, including parents and concerned citizens from coast to coast to coast. The petitioners draw attention to the growing concern that smartphones are becoming a gateway to harmful content for Canadian youth. They note that the majority of children now own a device by the age 12. They further raise concerns about algorithm-driven social media platforms which are designed to maximize user engagement, often in ways that can be addictive and detrimental to the emotional and mental well-being of young people. Therefore, the petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to raise the minimum age for social media use to 16 through mandatory age verification systems and meaningful enforcement measures, similar to recent actions taken by countries like Australia, and to strengthen the privacy rights of minors under the age of 18 by ensuring that social media companies are prohibited from collecting, storing, and sharing personal data from youth, including data gathered through age verification technologies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to present the following petition on behalf of Yellowhead citizens. Mr. Speaker, a growing number of tax-paying residents of the Ghost Valley and Wipers area, including Benchlands, Summer Village of Wipers, Ghost Country Place, Pierce Place, households along Richard Road, require access to a functional postal code in order to fully participate in modern daily life. Postal codes are essential for accessing critical services. Residents need them for claims for rural status, filing taxes with CRA, opening bank accounts, registering children for schools, shopping online, and requesting supplies for delivery. And also for reporting utility outages. The absence of a functional postal code creates unnecessary barriers for residents, undermines their ability to access basic services that other Canadians take for granted. Therefore, the government must provide a functional postal code for the communities of Wipers and the Ghost Valley. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today with petition of concern to residents of Saanich Gulf Islands who expressed concern about the electoral system. They cite a number of statistics in terms of the level of public support across Canada for a way of responding to the distorted electoral results that occurred due to the first past the post voting system. Petitioners favor a form of a national citizens' assembly to review our electoral process and give the citizens of this country a leadership role in determining the shape of electoral reform. Therefore, the petitioners call on the House of Commons to take action to move towards a citizens' assembly to complete its work within 12 months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In petitions, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today along with my colleague in the Liberal Party to present a petition representing voices of many parents across this country concerned about social media use and smartphone use by children, especially those much younger than 18 years old. These parents have recognized that smartphones have become a direct gateway to harmful content for children. They are addictive, algorithm-driven social media platforms. They are designed solely to increase engagement and as well push some harmful content to children. Parents face significant challenges in controlling their children's own use of smartphones and their activities online. So these parents are asking the government to raise a minimum age for social media and to secure the privacy rights for youth under 18 so that social media companies cannot use any data collected from children under the age of 18. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Presenting petitions, the member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise today to present my first petition as the Member of Parliament for Brandon Souris, petition E6573, initiated by constituent River Felsted and signed by hundreds of Canadians, which calls for action to address the morally bankrupt stunts of the longest ballot committee, which predominantly harm the ability of seniors and those with disabilities from their ability to cast their vote. I look forward to working with my colleagues on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to address these recommendations in this petition. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices for motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement comme une reprise du débat en deuxième lecture du projet de loi C11, loi sur la modernisation du système de justice militaire.
Débat. L'honorable.
Debate. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. He has 3 minutes left for his speech. Thank you. I will now be resuming the debate we were holding a few days ago about a very important bill regarding a very sensitive issue. And because of the sensitivity of the issue, we need to take our work seriously. I am referring, of course, to the misconduct of some persons in the Canadian Armed Forces, specifically sexual misconduct. We need to take all the time that is necessary to debate this problem. This is an important issue. Every time the Army has faced internal issues, it has done its job and put in place changes. I spoke about the sad events that took place in my region in the 70s when a number of service members were killed. At that point, the Canadian Armed Forces dealt with the problem. The same thing happened in the 90s during the disturbing case of a Canadian Army unit whose paratrooper had engaged in misconduct. We can also recall the illegal actions in Somalia. Again, the Army was faced with an ethical problem, but people did the right thing, and the situation was dealt with. Between 2015 and 2020, we witnessed the problem of sexual misconduct among a number of our service members. Between 2015 and 2020, well, let us recall that at that time, 3 reports came out on the same topic. Despite this, nothing changed. It was in 2015 that Justice Deschamps, a retired Supreme Court justice, tabled her first report. It contained 10 recommendations to address the scourge of sexual misconduct. Unfortunately, the government that was elected a few months later took years before they reacted. 5 years later, another investigation was carried out that came to the same conclusion, that the problem needed to be solved. And a third report came out a little bit later. as all of this happened, we were witnessing the sad case of Canada's top soldier, General Vance, who was accused of sexual misconduct. First there were rumors, then there were allegations, then there was witness testimony, and then there was a trial and a ruling. Mr. Speaker, the government had an opportunity to act. Yet, 10 years later, the correct steps have not been taken. Despite this, the attention brought to the problem did mean that certain advances were made. And this is an important issue. We do tend to agree with the government in principle, and we will be willing to work with them in committee to get this, to examine this bill. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Appreciate some of the comments that the member has put on, not only now, but when he was introducing his comments just the other day. Mr. Speaker, as the member just said, the principle of the legislation, which takes a system of sexual harassment and assault out of the military court system and putting it into the civil system, is in fact something in which it would appear, by listening to all the debate, that everyone inside the House wants to support. Now, if one supports the principle of it, would the member not agree that to get into some of the details, not to prevent debate, but in order to get into some of the details, it might be a good thing to see it go to committee, where we'll have ample time to be able then to afford more debate, and then after that there'll be more debate once it gets into third reading.
The Honourable Member for Louis St. Laurent Akiawanrock.
Colleague for his remark. Obviously, as I said earlier, we do agree with the principle of this bill to address the issue, this serious issue. But with all my respect to my veteran colleague, I just want to tell him that 10 years ago, this member and his government should have done something. But unfortunately, they delay. And as it has been said clearly by a colleague from the Bloc Québécois who expressed 2 days ago exactly the time frame of everything, we have seen a cover-up from this government. So yes, I welcome the comment of my colleague. He should have done that 10 years ago.
Questions, comments, questions, commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 10 years ago, it is true, the timeline began, but with all due respect to my honourable colleague, we have been working on the file. 10 years ago, who was the one who actually appointed General Vance? Was it not the Conservatives? The Honourable Member for Louis St. Laurent Akiawanrock. In 2021, the Liberals blocked the study on Mr. Vance. All parliamentarians are agreed about the principle of the bill. Unfortunately, we are dealing with a sad reality, and steps need to be taken to address the problem of sexual misconduct. The bill should be studied in the parliamentary committee. Unfortunately, we've seen in the past that committees were not always able to do their work because there was filibustering from the Liberals and from the Bloc Québécois, for that matter. Questions and comments?
Resuming, the Honourable Member for Kenora Kiwantanong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the great work of this member and for sharing his comments. He spoke a bit about the intent and the principle behind this bill versus what the bill actually achieves. I'm just wondering if he wants to add any more comments to that.
The Honourable Member for Louis St. Laurent Akiawanrock.
I want to thank my colleague for his question, his hard work in his writing, and here in the House of Commons. I remember pretty well when he got elected first time. I had some responsibility at that time to welcome him, and I was very proud to welcome him, and I'm proud more than ever to see how he's doing very good job here in the House of Commons and also in his writing. So, Mr. Speaker, for sure, we all share the same principle that we have to stop the sexual assault and all those stuff in the army. Everybody agree with that. Whatever, with the color that we defend here, we fight for the will of the people, and the best way to address this issue will be in a committee where we will address it and study it correctly.
Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in about 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, just 6 months ago, we had a new Prime Minister elected here in Canada with a new government. He's brought forward this legislation, so I think it's good timing. And with that, as a background, would the member not agree that in principle, if we support it, let's get it to a committee stage where it can be thoroughly discussed and ultimately get back for third reading where we can have a lot more debate?
The honourable member, a brief response.
As it should have been done 10 years ago.
Du débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by saying that I will be sharing my time. I will be sharing it with the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Well, Mr. Speaker, today we're discussing Bill C-11, the Military Justice Reform Act. And it's something that I have cared about for a long time, especially as a critic for the status of women. I've also studied this at the Defense Committee. This is something I care about deeply. Now, I will introduce the context a little bit, and then I will discuss the topic of women in the military justice system who can be victims of this closed system. I will also speak about liberal inaction, the conservative silence, and then I will conclude with some statistics. Bill C-11 that seeks to modernize the military justice system, and that would move the jurisdiction for these offenses. This is all a direct response to the Arbor and Fish reports in 2021 and 2022 after decades of misconduct in the armed forces. Justice Arbor spoke about a culture of silence, a sexist culture of silence, where female members of the forces were afraid to report misconduct. We support the principle of C-11. We want it to be studied at committee, but we are horrified by the inaction of the Liberal and Conservative governments up until now. We are looking forward to studying this bill further at committee because we want credible, appropriate justice that is aware of the reality for victims. That's what we've seen during study at the Defense Committee. At that committee, I saw Liberal filibustering, which upset me. At the time, I was replacing my colleague for Pierre Boucher-Les-Patriotes-Verchères. And what led the matter to be referred to the Status of Women Committee was that that committee was less partisan. The feeling there was less partisan, and everything was stuck at the Defense Committee. Since 2015, there have been all these reports which all point to the same misogynistic culture in the armed forces, and we even heard about a Me Too moment. We heard of many clear examples of political failure to change the culture in the armed forces. Despite Operation Honor and other efforts, victims continue to be betrayed by the chain of command. Ironically, in July 2015, despite allegations against Vance, he was appointed Chief of the General Staff. It's remarkable that that happened. And so we clearly need independent justice within the military system. That's what we heard during both studies. So first of all, I'd like to speak about women in the military justice system. Jonathan Vance is a symbol of the contradiction here because he was leading the fight against sexual misconduct, even though he himself was accused of it. And some victims were worried about what might happen to their career because often these investigations were biased. Now here, sexual offenses would be transferred to civilian courts. There will be an end to conflicts of interest because civilian police forces would be inquiring. There would be independent appointments of the main stakeholders here. For example, the Provost Marshal General and the Director of Military Prosecutions, which means that there would be more appropriate support for victims as well, and there would be a way to harmonize the situation with the criminal code. However, women are still waiting for a real culture change. They're waiting for people to really understand what is going on here and how much we need a regular funding for victim services, and also full implementation of the Arbor report. Even Justice Arbor was surprised to have been contacted since the work had been done. Her report was ultimately tabled in May 2022. So now coming back to liberal inaction and conservative silence, as I said, General Vance was appointed despite the allegations, as I said. The Liberals heard about it from their ombudsperson, but refused to do anything about it. They even increased Vance's salary in 2018. Well, in 2019, but it was retroactive to 2018. The government only took action after there was public media pressure, especially after a Globe article in February 2021. Meanwhile, women's careers were being destroyed, their mental health and confidence as well. I remember hearing from Stéphanie Raymond at committee. She was so courageous in this whole matter, Mr. Speaker. She came and spoke about the situation, and it was remarkable. Now, the Bloc Québécois' position is that we support the principle of this at second reading, but we are asking for independent and transparent justice. We are also asking for a feminist and inclusive approach. We want to cooperate with Quebec and the provinces and territories to harmonize services. That's very important, Mr. Speaker. It's one thing to have a criminal code, but to actually apply the justice system fairly, it's a matter of Quebec and provincial and territorial jurisdiction, and we can't forget that. The fight against sexual violence must be done fairly in order to offer appropriate social and psychological support. It's very important to support victims at all times, and in addition, we need to remember that this is intersectional. We've heard from women, LGBTQ individual, members of Indigenous communities, people with disabilities, and often they are facing completely different realities. And what we want in the Bloc Québécois is a complete change of culture. And I would just add that with toxic masculinity, when it comes to toxic masculinity like this, a complete culture of toxic masculinity, we need to completely change the culture so that women can feel safe. Sexual misconduct in the armed forces, I would just say that in 2022, 7% of women suffer sexual misconduct. Only 2% of men, 27% of women said that at least once in their military career they suffered sexual misconduct. 64% of victims, however, did not report the incident. And the reason they didn't report it was because they were afraid of retribution. 41% felt that there would be no change of culture. Only 20 disciplinary sanctions for sexual harassment were brought in 2017-2018, which is a ridiculously low number. Also, when it comes to intersectional data, for those who are not straight, those members of the armed forces report higher levels of misconduct. 67% were the targets of sexualized or discriminatory behavior, often linked to their gender or sexual identity. This also has something to do with the purges that took place in the 60s and 90s that often expulsed LGBT members. And I would just like to thank Martine Roy a former member of the armed forces, among others, who is fighting for a fairer justice system to support victims, and that we need to ensure that all jurisdiction falls under civilian courts in order to prosecute sexual misconduct committed in Canada. This is very important. 19% of military members experience this kind of behavior over the last year, and that has gone up since 2016. And last piece of data, only 21% of victims have mentioned the problem. Although most people recognize that this is still a problem, and various members of marginalized groups are the people who are most at risk. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Shefford. Once again, this was an excellent speech. She's always ready for any debate she participates in. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased that in her speech she said the Bloc Québécois would support the principle of this bill. Since, as I said, she's a colleague who often supports her speeches with a great deal of data, I would like to know specifically, apart from being in favor of the principle, does she have specific ideas to improve the bill? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, I spoke about the fact that women are still waiting for a real change of culture. More can be done. We also want mandatory training for civilian prosecutors on military realities and trauma, because even if the courts are independent, we still need to make sure that people are aware of realities that may be very different for military members. For example, when it comes to PTSD, which is a reality that people now dare to talk about. We need to offer better training. We need to offer stable and predictable funding for victim services. We also want clear, rigorous follow-up, because there are recommendations in the Arbor report that are not in the bill. Perhaps that is something that could be analyzed. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She clearly summed up the position that our party is taking, which is what I'm going to bring to the Defense Committee when the bill ends up there. I'm not going to say too little too late, but I am going to say that it took a very long time to get here. Finally, we have something. It's not perfect, but I would say that there are good intentions here. But what would my colleagues say about how long this took? And about the fact that General Vance was hired and even received a pay increase. And that was based on bipartisan consensus, even though internally there were allegations of misconduct against him. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague's question is essential, and he will be the one at committee who will be able to propose the Bloc Québécois amendment. As I've said, for decades in the armed forces, there was the purge. Then we saw that there have been many cases of assault and misconduct that were not dealt with appropriately. And then more recently, there have been the Damour report, the Arbor report, so many reports. And in 2015, the Conservatives knew and they still appointed General Vance. And then later the Liberals knew and they still gave him a pay raise. If we hadn't heard about it from the media in 2021, would the Conservatives or the Liberals have taken action on their own, or would they have kept sweeping this under the rug in order to hide what the culture was like in the military? Questions and comments?
Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, a question that I believe is important for all of us to realize, the fact that we have substantive legislation that takes it out of military jurisdiction and puts it into civilian jurisdiction. We have been waiting a long time. We have a prime minister, a new prime minister that was just elected a number of months ago, and he's made this a high priority. Would the member not agree that we can continue to have the debates and the discussions at committee, and if there's a need for amendments, at least there's an opportunity to propose those amendments, because after all, it will come back to the House for third reading where we can continue to have the debate. Would she not agree that timely passage into committee would be helpful in dealing with this issue?
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, this will have to be done in a reasonable fashion at committee. That's how the Bloc Québécois works. But we do know that since 2021, we've heard about this in the media. Now it's 2025. We need independent courts. And we know that the victims have been asking for this change to bring this to the civilian system for so long. This is a way to help victims be able to feel more trust in the system, and that way they won't feel that it's just a system of nepotism in the armed forces where friends are protecting their friends. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I rise today as the Bloc Québécois Veterans Affairs critic. I was trained as a psychosociologist, and that leads me to have a very particular way of looking at this situation and thinking about what happens to victims. And at the Veterans Affairs Committee, we are looking at a number of situations where people have PTSD. We know that this can lead to all sorts of things: addiction, suicide attempts. And often it's because these people have experienced severe shock. So what we've seen here, C11, what we're studying here today, this is an extremely important topic. And it needs to be considered very, very seriously. And it also needs to be considered with empathy. We also need to analyze it with a great deal of rigor. This is something we need to look at extremely respectfully. We need to be worthy of this topic. And that's what I'd like to say today to all my colleagues. This bill, the Military Justice System Modernization Act, will correct part of the situation. And it's something that I would even call indecent, the way the system is. This will have direct consequences on the lives of many women and men. And I would remind us that in April 2014, an article came out in L'Actualité by Alain Castonguay. That article told us that there were many cases of sexual misconduct. We heard about Lise Gauthier, a 51-year-old woman who spent half of her life in the Canadian Armed Forces. And the article said that when Lise Gauthier thought back to all the times that she was raped, assaulted, or sexually assaulted by her fellow members of the armed forces, when she thought back to all those times, she couldn't actually count them on her 10 fingers. On March 27th, 2015, former Justice Marie Deschamps published a devastating report on sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. And she pointed out that, as my colleague for Shefford said, there was a sexist culture in the armed forces. I hope that that sexist culture no longer exists, but it did at the time, and it was swept under the rug for many, many years. First of all, as we all know, inappropriate behaviors were ignored. We've heard a great deal about what happened with Jonathan Vance, who had just been appointed as Chief of Defense Staff, and none of the inquiries went anywhere because the system sought to protect itself. And then in 2018, military ombudsman Gary Walburn had a private meeting with the Minister of Defense, Mr. Sajjan. And Walburn tried to raise a case of sexual misconduct where General Vance was involved.
The victim did not want to go any further with it, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because of a fear of reprisals. So the hope would have been that Mr. Sajjan would have acted to protect the victim, right? But she was his subordinate. And he could easily change everything to her career. The crux of the problem is that the Chief of the Defense Staff was at the very center of the process of the military justice system. It doesn't even pass the smell test, ethically speaking. It would have been toxic for anyone who would have come forward with allegations. Mr. Speaker, I'd call this a military Me Too hashtag. Not only did the then Minister of Defense, a career military officer, want to protect the Chief of the Defense Staff, Mr. Vance, but he didn't just turn a blind eye, he did worse. He gave him a $50,000 pay raise. Mr. Speaker, just put yourself in the victim's shoes for 2 seconds. It just makes no sense. How would it be? What would it feel like to know that your abuser is Canada's highest military officer? He's basically untouchable, but on top of that, he's rewarded with a pay raise. You can't both be judge and jury. But, Mr. Speaker, I think of all of these people who choose to enlist in the Canadian Forces. We can only salute their decision with dignity and respect. Whether they're actively serving, whether they're reservists or actually retired from the forces, we owe them respect, and above all else, we owe them dignity. Mr. Speaker, it's always good to focus on the essentials. Well, dignity is actually the intrinsic value of human beings, which means humans worthy of respect, regardless of one's circumstances, actions, or social position. It is the moral foundation that dictates that every person must be treated fairly, never just as a means to an end. These women, Mr. Speaker, were not treated with dignity. Bill C-11 attempts to bridge some of these major gaps where a man and his system are one and the same. Under this bill, the government would select the Provost Marshal of the Canadian Forces, the Director of Military Prosecutions, and the Director of Defence Counsel Services in order to transform the military appointment process into a political process rather than a military one. So these people would be safe from any form of blackmail. That's what I really want to focus on, because Jonathan Vance, who had sexual relations with a subordinate, apparently boasted that he had full control over military investigations, and the victim could not even complain. Today, at Veterans Affairs, we are looking at suicide prevention, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about the trauma that our veterans have, and I have one deep wish. Now, I would like us to not only fill this gap, but also respectfully support these people with all their needs.
Commentary.
The Honourable Member for Hall Aylmer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I really appreciate her support and the importance of transferring these sexual misconduct allegations to courts that are civilian rather than military. She referred to how important it was to the idea of having policies in place that support veterans who complain or have complained. And I wonder if she could perhaps tell us a little bit more about the type of policy she's looking to see before her committee when it studies this issue. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Just look at the process for complaints today. Even here in the House of Commons, we have a system to avoid any ethical lapses, and that anyone basically, we have a system that allows anyone to file a complaint, but the system has to be separate. It's a separate, impartial justice system that would work.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the bloc for her work with veterans, and when she does come in on to the Defense Committee, she always has a lot to contribute to the discussion. I'd just like to ask her if she has some of the concerns that we have, which is that the civilian criminal justice system has been undermined by the Liberals, that people that right now who, because of Bill 75 and Bill C5, that when someone is charged with sexual assault, sexual exploitation, or for sexual human trafficking, they can serve their sentence under house arrest. And because of these lax sentencing requirements that are given out by the civil courts, whether it's provincial or federal, would that undermine the ability to actually get justice for victims of military sexual trauma as we move these cases from the military into the civilian courts?
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I don't want to get into those details, Mr. Speaker, because above and beyond all of that, what we've been hearing at the Veterans Affairs Committee is that there's a lack of awareness of the services that are available and the way in which people can file complaints or even complete the process within a justice system. We really need to ask ourselves some hard questions as to whether we have everything we need in place to support victims in the way in which we'll do that, and make sure that we're doing this respectfully and with dignity. Questions and comments.
Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the honourable member's comments, but to me it seems to underscore the very importance of this bill, the fact that certain kinds of issues can be separated from the military justice system and put into the civilian system. And in some cases, for example, circumstances with sexual misconduct and other sorts of things can be directed directly to the Civil Rights Commission without going through internal processes. So I wonder if she would what you would say to that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague. The purpose of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is this. Imagine a person complains to the very person who has the authority to exact reprisals or utter threats and therefore change the lives of that very person who's complaining. Essentially, we've been waiting for 10 years for this issue to be addressed. And this is a first step. I certainly hope that before the committee, and I'm quite convinced that amongst parliamentarians, all members will be able to find the best way ahead for our victims.
Order. Before we go to resuming debate, j'ai l'honneur d'annoncer à la Chambre.
I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired, Bill S-227, an act respecting Arab Heritage Month.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South, Canadian Heritage. The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain, Health. The Honourable Member for Nunavut, Indigenous Affairs. And we now go to resuming debate, and since we have passed the 5-hour mark, interventions are now 10 minutes and 5 minutes for questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise on behalf of the great people of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford on Vancouver Island, and I'd like to take a minute to recognize a resident from Langford, Mr. Matt Garapi, who recently retired from the Royal Canadian Navy after 23 years of service. Congratulations, Matt. Mr. Speaker, today I'm honoured to speak on behalf of the brave men and women serving our country in the Canadian Armed Forces. And as a veteran myself, I'm proud to have worked with so many heroic men and women, and I share much respect for those who have served and continue to serve. I understand firsthand the support that all those in uniform need, and I've made it part of my mission to continue to listen and to ensure their needs are met. Unfortunately, all too often those in uniform are impacted with military sexual trauma, an issue that Bill C-11 looks to address. My Conservative colleagues and I wholeheartedly believe that we must address and provide realistic solutions to the issues of sexual misconduct, racism, sexism, and other forms of harassment in the military. All military members deserve to have a safe and respectable workplace, especially given the amount of sacrifice that we already ask of them and their families. Deschamps, Fish, and Arbor, these are three Supreme Court justices that have released separate reports dealing with sexual misconduct in the military. The first of which was published back in 2015, and yet we're still waiting for a majority of these recommendations to be implemented. Less than half of them have been implemented as of the last public updates, and I'm at a loss as to why this government has sat on its hands and ignored our military members again and again, especially those who are suffering from military sexual trauma. They deserve better than what the Liberal government has yet to give them. Under the current system, victims and their families have no answers, and their cases continue to sit awaiting proper action. 10 years and 3 separate reports later, and finally, we're seeing the Liberal government start to implement legislation to help deal with these horrific travesties of justice, something the Liberal government should have done and dealt with years ago. Though desperately late, Bill C-11 has the potential to meet one of the many outstanding recommendations that need to be implemented from the Deschamps, Fish, and Arbor reports. This bill is something Conservatives want to see to get to committee, where it clearly needs rigorous study. We need to hear from experts, including those in the legal community, and we need to hear from victims and those who have served and are still serving. But unfortunately, this legislation does not come without issue. Conservatives have already spoken to numerous stakeholders about this bill when it was in its previous form, Bill C-66. And there are many questions and concerns that must be addressed, which is why we support this bill in principle, but it requires in-depth study at committee. One of the concerns that has been brought forward is that this legislation opens the door to increased political interference with new Governor and Council appointments of the Director of Military Prosecutions, the Director of Defence Council, and the Provost Marshal. They're being moved from their current reporting structure under the Judge Advocate General
And while the intention of this change is well-meaning, meant to create independence from the military and the Judge Advocate General, it will ultimately give more power to the Minister of National Defence. Not only will the Minister have direct control over the key investigatory and legal positions in the Canadian Armed Forces, but this change also allows him to issue guidelines related to Bill C-11 with respect to prosecutions. And while this change will mitigate military interference, it will open the door to direct political interference. Given the evidence we've seen firsthand of increased political interference from this Liberal government over the last decade, it raises concerns that this pattern may be even worse under this legislation. I'm talking about cases like Vice Admiral Mark Norman, the former Chief of Defence Staff, and the former Chief of Defence Staff, Jonathan Vance. Moreover, the logistics around the lengths of these appointments and the process of how these individuals get appointed is unclear. There is no consistency with the other governor and council appointments that we have. We must address these issues before implementing this bill. The bill indicates that investigations and prosecutions to be moved under civilian authority for sexual misconduct cases that take place within Canada, which we support. But what about the cases that take place abroad while on deployment? Those cases are still to be investigated and prosecuted by the military police, who often already struggle to successfully investigate and prosecute under the current system. And now the concern is that those skills will only atrophy as they see fewer cases. This must be considered and accounted for in legislation to ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces members can be properly served justice at home and or deployed abroad. Additionally, while the military police can still start investigations of these cases on Canadian soil, they are to pass the investigation along to civilian investigators as soon as possible. This is a step in the right direction, but we need to ensure that these investigations are unhindered, which brings us back to the concern over political interference. An unhindered civilian investigation will be vital to the success of cases in civilian court. So it is key that this bill outline this process and instill the importance of unobstructed, independent investigation. There needs to be tight protocols for the collection and sharing of information related to the investigations, and there needs to be a solid protocols for unrestricted access by civilian investigators. These are only a few examples of the key issues that will require rigorous committee examination of the bill. The last concern I wish to speak of on today is that of the capacity of the civilian courts to take on these cases. We've seen over the last 10 years the civilian courts become more and more overwhelmed because of the Liberals' soft on crime policies. This bill will only add to a system that is already over capacity. This may lead to prosecutors refusing to try a case because of an unlikely probability of conviction. What recourse will this leave the victims? Internal Service Code of Discipline punishments may still be possible, but will they happen? I fear that this will just feed the mentality of excusing systemic military sexual trauma in the Canadian Armed Forces. Our service members do not feel safe or respected, and they do not feel supported or honored by the government. We must deal with the issue of sexual misconduct and harassment so that our forces can begin to feel that respect. Many military sexual trauma survivors are being released or quitting the armed forces, along with many others who face systemic issues in the military, which is having a huge impact on recruiting and retention, currently short 16,500 members in the Canadian Armed Forces. They are desperately short on hardworking men and women who train up our troops to deploy on missions, currently over 10,000 undertrained and undeployable members in uniform. That's over 10,000 men and women who do not have the skills or necessary training to perform the jobs they've been hired to do. This is both unsustainable and embarrassing for Canada as a nation. We must do everything we can to ensure that the supports our troops actually need and that they are asking for are implemented so that they can feel safe, respected in the workplace, be it on base in Canada or deployed in Latvia. Over the last few days of debate, we've heard a lot about the big names that have been accused of sexual misconduct, the admirals and generals that have been charged. Of course, that's what we hear in the news. But my concern is for the names that don't make the news. The young lieutenant who was repeatedly raped by his commanding officer. The corporal who's gone to her commanders, excuse me, only to be told the evidence isn't there. or worse, have the evidence swept under the rug. The young sergeant who was pinned down and raped by her peers because she'd received a prestigious award. The Master Corporal who was raped by a fellow Allied service member in Latvia outside of Canadian jurisdiction, where local authorities are not willing to prosecute. And I've heard firsthand National Investigative Service members tell a victim that they have all the pieces they need to get a solid conviction, but they've been told not to prosecute because it would reflect poorly on the military. These are examples of all MST victims that I personally know and who I've met and have shared their stories with me. These are all examples of what victims are dealing with. This is why we need to move cases to civilian court and why Conservatives generally support Bill C-11 despite being 10 years too late. Moreover, we need to make sure that these changes are implemented effectively through detailed examination in committee, and it's good to see some common agreement in this House on some of the overall goals of this, and I look forward to resolving these issues in detail in committee so that we can bring back for third reading and see proper legislation in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his personal testimony on this bill. And I'm very pleased to understand that the official opposition will be supporting sending this bill to committee. I would like to get some details from my colleague. What is he expecting for the review of the bill in committee? And could he say a little bit about one or two amendments to the bill that he would like to see in committee that would ensure that he and his colleagues would support the bill at third reading as well?
Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my member opposite for the questions. We do look forward to supporting this bill going to committee, and it'd be very important to see that cases of military sexual trauma and are able to be treated equally for personnel deployed versus personnel in Canada, and it's going to take a lot of committee work to investigate to achieve a fair result, and also to find a more effective way to remove outside influence, be it from the political or the military level, so that the civilian investigators and prosecutors are able to respond without bias and actually properly investigate these issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, this bill also serves to put in place the recommendations of the Arbor report, including Recommendation 5, which recommends removing the armed forces' ability to investigate cases of sexual misconduct under the criminal code alleged to have been committed in Canada. I wonder if my colleague agrees with that recommendation, which is central to this bill.
Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. Indeed, that is one of the recommendations of the three Supreme Justices' reports, and if implemented, then Bill C-11 will achieve one of those many recommendations that still need to be actioned. So it would be nice to see that one achieved, and we look forward to seeing also the other recommendations completed to resolve these issues. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend and colleague from Cowichan, Malahat Langford, for his excellent speech, for his service to Canada as a member of the Royal Canadian Navy, and for being there to hear the stories and support those members who have been the victims of military sexual trauma. He got quite emotional, and this is why when you hear these stories and you hear of how the chain of command didn't want to prosecute certain individuals because it might mess up those individuals' chances for career advancement, This is why this bill is necessary. And it's sad that here it is 10 years after we've learned all this that the Liberals are only bringing this forward now. I want him to address the fact that whether or not this bill will deal with the issue of when we transfer these cases to the civilian courts, whether or not there's going to be information sharing between local police agencies and the courts with the Canadian Armed Forces so that the code of service discipline and the ethos that's supposed to be permeating throughout the entire military will be able to be properly instituted at both the military level while they're seeking justice in the civilian system.
Member for Couch and Malahat Langford in a minute or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time limit, and I thank my honourable colleague from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman. Indeed, that is the purpose of one of the items that to be investigated in committee, to ensure that information is transferred. And I can speak personally to cases that military police have investigated where items, documents, divisional notes and stuff have disappeared and made those those investigations more challenging to complete. And so something to be looked at in committee would include proper, full authorized access to records, statements, witnesses, etc. And I look forward to addressing that in committee, because that's a key and important part to ensure that these types of matters can be investigated by civilian authorities fully. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat, the honourable member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak about the much-needed modernization of the Canadian military justice system and the transformation of the culture within the Canadian Armed Forces. Bill C-11 is an important step in renewing the Canadian Armed Forces and ensuring that our military institutions reflect the values of justice and dignity that Canadians and CAF members both expect and deserve. Canada's military justice system must not only reflect fairness, accountability, and respect, but also uphold the trust Canadians place in the institutions that serve them. Through Bill C-11, we also have a responsibility to protect them. Bill C-11 represents a change at a time when Canada is making significant investments in the armed forces, but we cannot invest in our military without investing in its people, especially women, victims and survivors of sexual misconduct. Before my election to this House, I spent my career advancing systemic solutions, equity in political systems, and policy reform to strengthen women's representation in public life. I work to ensure that women and other underrepresented groups have a voice in the decisions that affect their lives, particularly in spaces where their voices have traditionally been absent. Bill C-11, the Military Justice System Modernization Act, is in many ways an extension of this work. This legislation is about giving every member of the armed forces the tools, the respect, and the support they need to serve in an environment that values their safety and dignity. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Armed Forces have a proud and essential role in defending our country and ensuring the safety of all Canadians. Members of our armed forces protect Canada at home and abroad, responding to natural disasters, defending our sovereignty, and contributing to international peace and security efforts. Their service across Canada is a source of national pride. But for too long, incidents of sexual misconduct have deeply impacted individuals, families, and entire units. Independent reviews from former Supreme Court Justices Arbour and Fish made clear recommendations. Bill C-11 responds to them, ensuring that all Canadian Armed Forces are safe from harassment and from misconduct. This legislation strengthens the system by implementing Justice Morris Fish's call to shift sexual offences to civilian jurisdiction, and by building on Louise Arbour's 48 recommendations to address systemic cultural issues. First, this bill removes CAF jurisdiction over criminal code sexual offences committed in Canada. Civilian authorities would have the exclusive responsibility to investigate and prosecute these offences. This is not a technical adjustment. It's a matter of principle. Sexual violence must be addressed with the full transparency, accountability, and independence of our civilian legal system. Bill C-11 enshrines in law that CAF will no longer have jurisdiction over such offences. Civilian police forces and authorities will have exclusive jurisdiction, ensuring greater clarity and fairness on how these cases are handled. These issues are not unique to the military, but they have been compounded by a justice system that at times seems ill-equipped to address the complexities of misconduct, especially in a culture where power dynamics are deeply entrenched. This is why Bill C-11 is not only about reforming policies, it is about continuing the cultural transformation inside the CAF. It recognizes that military justice must evolve alongside the needs and values of a changing society. We are committed to ensuring that the Canadian Armed Forces becomes a place where every member, regardless of gender, background, or rank, feels safe, respected, and empowered to serve. Mr. Speaker, another priority of this legislation is to rebuild public trust in the Canadian Armed Forces in response to the decades of concerns raised by victims and survivors of the Canadian Armed Forces community. When victims tell us that they have been harmed, we must listen. Our government is taking decisive steps to rebuild and reinforce that trust within the Canadian Armed Forces. The reforms in this bill will strengthen the independence of key roles within the military justice system, including the Provost Marshal and the Director of Military Prosecutions. These roles will be elevated to increase their independence, ensuring that decisions are made based on law and evidence and not on hierarchy or politics. To reinforce transparency, the Provost Marshal General will be required to submit an annual report to the Minister detailing the activities of the military police and the Provost Marshal. This reporting requirement reinforces accountability and ensures that Parliament and Canadians are kept informed of progress and challenges within the system. And perhaps most importantly, this bill enhances support for victims. It establishes the right to request a victim liaison officer who will be provided to victims throughout the transfer of cases, regardless of jurisdiction. This is a meaningful acknowledgement of the trauma that victims often endure and the need for compassionate, survivor-centered approaches. This bill ensures that no matter where a case is handled, the victim is never left to navigate the system alone. Mr. Speaker, as we debate Bill C-11 today, we must remember that while modernizing the military justice system is important, equally vital is supporting survivors of sexual misconduct. Over the past decade, the Sexual Misconduct Support and Resource Center, or SMSRC, has been an essential part of the defense team's response to sexual misconduct. Through its work, we've been able to provide survivors and those impacted by sexual misconduct the resources they need to begin healing. Let me take a moment to highlight some of the critical programs and services that the SMSRC offers to survivors. For anyone who has been affected by sexual misconduct, whether as a victim, a witness, or even supporting a victim or survivor, the SMSRC provides 24/7 access to confidential, trauma-informed services. For example, the 24/7 support line is available to any member of the defense team or their family, and offering anonymous bilingual counseling and guidance about available options for support, including referrals to community resources. Additionally, the Response and Support Coordination Program assigns a dedicated coordinator to support survivors at every stage of their journey, from initial disclosure through to legal proceedings, and even helping survivors transition to civilian services if they choose. These supports are just one part of the services for victims and survivors. Bill C-11 goes even further to ensure that the justice system within CAF is truly aligned with Canadian values. One of the most important provisions of the bill is the transfer of jurisdiction over criminal sexual offences to civilian authorities within Canada. This provision aligns with Justice Arbour's recommendation to ensure that such cases are handled by civilian authorities where they can be investigated, prosecuted, and adjudicated independently of the military hierarchy. This move sends a strong message, not just to the survivors, but to every member of the Canadian Armed Forces, that sexual misconduct will not be tolerated and will be treated with the seriousness it deserves. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not just about legal reform, it is about ensuring that military culture evolves. Culture change is not easy, but it is possible. We have seen progress, we have seen survivors speak out, and we have seen a growing recognition that the status quo is no longer acceptable. We must move beyond silence and build a culture of accountability, transparency, and respect, not just within the CAF, but throughout society on all of these issues. I want to acknowledge the extraordinary role that gender violence experts, such as Julia Lalonde, Farah Khan, Pamela Cross, and Emma Phillips, who've courageously pushed for our institutions to change and invited us all to have a role in changing our understandings of the persistent violence in our communities. This work is especially important as we seek to recruit and retain the next generation of CAF members. Young Canadians want to join institutions that reflect their values. They want to serve in workplaces that are safe, inclusive, and respectful. This bill helps us build exactly that kind of workplace, one where all members can thrive. Bill C-11 is the legislative embodiment of this progress. It is the result of years of advocacy, consultation, and reflection. It represents a clear signal that this government is serious about transforming the Canadian Armed Forces and our military institutions. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-11 is not the finish line. It's another step in a longer journey of institutional change. The reforms are not just about fixing a broken system, but about building a better one with a military justice system that reflects inclusion, respect, and accountability. It ensures that every member of the CAF, regardless of rank, gender, or background, can serve with confidence, knowing their rights will be protected and their voices heard. I want to acknowledge the survivors who have spoken out, the advocates who have pushed for reform, the experts who have provided guidance, and the members of CAF who have called for a better system. Their courage and persistence made this legislation possible. I urge all members of this House to support Bill C-11. Let us stand together in support of survivors, in support of reform, and in honor of our CAF members, not only with words, but through action. I'm proud to support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Let us build a Canadian Armed Forces where every person can serve knowing they are safe, respected, and valued. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my friend, sex assault victims, whether they be military-based or civilian-based, have an absolute lack of trust in our Canadian legal system. There is significant underreporting. There is inconsistent investigative measures taken. When the matter does get to court, you have Crown attorneys who either display an interest or a lack of interest. You have re-victimization within the trial process itself. To my colleague, how does Bill C-11 address those deficiencies?
The honourable member for Spadina, Harbourfront.
I'd like to thank the member for his very thoughtful question. As somebody who's worked in the gender violence space for many years, there is distrust amongst survivors of our systems, and there is work to be done in all of our legal systems to build back that trust. And I think there are some very strong elements in this bill and legislation based on the strong recommendations coming out of the two reports from both justices that give us a pathway for that.
Question et commentaire. L'honourable député de Repentigny.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I would like to come back to the central point of this bill. Among the recommendations of the Arbor Report, Recommendation 5, which I spoke about earlier, calls for completely removing the Canadian Armed Forces' ability to carry out investigations of cases of sexual misconduct under the Criminal Code and committed in Canada. This recommendation, as far as I understand it, is the only one that requires legislation to put in place. Does my colleague believe that this bill fully fulfills Recommendation 5 of the Arbor Report?
To my colleague across the way, thank you very much for the question. I will, from my understanding, this does allow us to establish and move forward on that particular requirement that had been noted.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my honourable colleague, to give explanation about C-11. I just want to ask you how the removing military jurisdiction over sexual offences is a necessary step to rebuild trust of victims and survivors who have lost faith in the system. Can you explain that?
And of course, question through the chair, the honourable member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question around why this is really important, part of what surfaced in the reports was the existence of the chain of command and that being a challenge within the culture of the military. And so this allows a kind of different approach for justice and is one of the recommendations that was put forth very strongly.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to my colleague across the way, I'd like her to answer the question, if she can, about why the Liberals are splitting the treatment of crimes that are committed on Canadian soil versus when our armed forces personnel are deployed off Canadian soil.
Honourable member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Thank you for the question. I will confess that I am not able to speak to that. I do not have the answer for that, unfortunately.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I think in principle what we've heard from all sides of this House is support for the legislation. And in the former Speaker, the previous Conservative Speaker, actually I thought summed it up quite well in the sense of saying that the principle is there, we need to get it to committee, and I agree with that member, the Conservative Speaker, and at the end of the day, we've now exceeded the 5-hour mark. I think that if we allow it to go to committee, many of the questions that members like the person that just asked a question could be answered by allowing it to go to committee, because there is a just reason for that. And I'm sure if the member really wants to know, we can provide that to him, or if he wants to come across the way, I'd be more than happy to talk to him on the side. But Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if she can provide her thoughts on getting this thing passed so it can go to committee.
Member for Spadina Harbourfront in 30 seconds or less.
Thank you. It is a really important piece of legislation to get passed so that survivors can feel safe. One of the other elements in this legislation that I think is really important is the annual reporting. Those measures are best practices in this space, and I think this is an opportunity for us to do the right thing.
Resuming debate. Please, de débat. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly a privilege to rise again in this chamber to put some words on the record about Bill C-11. This is a piece of legislation that I think is of national importance, is a piece of legislation that is well overdue in terms of the time that has transpired or lapsed since the initial recommendations came forward in the initial report, which I believe was commissioned by a Conservative government, into these types of heinous acts and actions within our Canadian Armed Forces. And so, I think it's timely or past time that we address these issues in a serious way, and it does impact my constituency of Brandon Souris quite closely. Of course, I very proudly represent the hard-working Canadian Armed Forces personnel that are stationed at Canadian Forces Base Shiloh, including the Princess Patricia's 2nd Battalion, Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry, as well as 1 RCHA, and many other serving personnel and civilian personnel that operate that base, which has a huge impact, over 1,100 employees in total, which is significant in Western Manitoba. So really proud to represent those folks first as their member of the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba, and now here, of course, in the Canadian House of Commons. And, I will say, from a constituency service perspective, issues around sexual transgressions, sexual assaults within the military come to the constituency office far too frequently, as well as the impacts and lack of services that are available to many who experience such devastating actions from their colleagues or their spouses, or anyone else that chooses to perpetrate such deplorable actions. So these are certainly not issues that I'm a stranger to. Sadly, that's a very unfortunate reality, but it is the reality, and so I felt it was important to get up and put a few words on the record in support of the fact that we need to do better by these people that put their lives on the line for this great country under our proud Canadian flag. And, I think it's very important to note that Conservatives have always said that members of the Canadian Armed Forces deserve a safe and respectful workplace, and those that have not experienced that while wearing the uniform deserve justice. And I think you've heard lots of Conservatives raise personal examples, some very personal examples of where that has not taken place recently or over the course of many years and sadly many decades. And so it is time to deliver a system that works better for victims, that does not protect the bad actors in our system. I think we have so many systems now in this country that are focused on protecting the wrong people, and that victims are left behind. And this is just one example, but it's an important one that needs to be addressed. So while we certainly support the recommendations and we support addressing this system to ensure that there is justice for folks that have experienced this type of trauma within the Canadian Armed Forces, we do believe that Bill C-11 requires careful study at committee. And that's why we are putting words on the record now at debate, because it's important that the government, which has taken so much time to deliver a bill on this issue and actually, continues to question why, Conservatives are speaking on this, because we have important questions that they need time to answer. We know they're not the most expeditious when it comes to investigating concerns that are raised by Canadians, particularly by the official opposition, when it comes to legislation that they put forward. So we're putting them on the record now so that when this bill gets to committee, we sincerely hope that these Liberals have some answers. And I raised one just in a question previously to a Liberal member who, to her credit, admitted that she had no idea what the answer was to the question that I asked with respect to this bill and why it treats crimes differently on Canadian soil versus when our armed forces personnel are deployed. I credit her for her honesty, but this is something that likely, members who are speaking on this bill from the governing party who put forward this legislation should likely know the answer to those questions before they get up to deliver remarks in the House of Commons. That said, a couple of the concerns that we have, Speaker, are the civilian courts and their capacity to handle these cases. Now, we understand that they may be, and in fact likely are, more experienced in dealing with these types of cases. The question is, our courts are already backlogged. We see time and time again cases of serious violent offenses, whether they be sexual in nature or other violent behavior, running up against the Jordan's framework, where the perpetrators are getting off on their charges because the courts can't get through the process fast enough to have these cases heard and a verdict delivered. So if we're now going to be adding more cases into the civilian court system, what provisions are these Liberals putting in place to ensure that the court system can handle the additional workload that's coming their way? It's been silent on that front from the Liberal government. That's a concern, because if you're promising that these cases are going to be heard in a more effective manner, they need to put the resources behind it and streamline the processes to ensure these cases don't get thrown out because of the Jordan's framework. And why only domestic cases? Again, I raise that again, but it's an important point. Now the military police will be dealing with less cases overall, so that speaks to a potential lack of training or a lack of experience in dealing with this as time goes on, and yet they will still be called upon to do cases overseas. So what standards and what training requirements and expertise requirements are the Liberals putting in place to ensure that just because military police will now be doing less of these cases overall, how are they going to keep their standards up and in fact improve them while investigating these cases overseas, which can be challenging at the best of times when you've got different jurisdictions, in many cases different nations and citizenships that are involved when these cases take place on multilateral operations, such as the ongoing deployment in Latvia, which soldiers from CFB Shiloh in my constituency just completed a 6-month stint in participating in. So where does that leave the military police in their capacity? Current crime stats are on the rise under this Liberal government. Domestically, we know that is a fact, and so we don't anticipate demand going down. In fact, it's likely going to increase. With civilian courts now handling these penalties and these types of cases, it could also mean that there's soft on crime policies under C5 and 75, where people who commit violent sexual offenses are allowed to serve out their sentence on house arrest, may be allowed to do so for now military cases as well, should this all move to the military system. And you could have in a very small base, like the one that's in my constituency, people living just down the street from their perpetrator on house arrest while this case, while their case goes through the court system and after conviction. We find that completely unacceptable in terms of the scope and the impact that that would make on the victims, which should be our priority here. and that the Liberals have failed on the domestic civilian front, and we are very concerned that they'll fail again, as they have been failing those victims within our Canadian Armed Forces. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I think we've raised some significant concerns that these Liberals have failed to provide any reasonable answer for, and that's why it's important that we thoroughly debate this, both here at second reading and at committee. I want to be very clear that we want equal treatment for victims in the Canadian Armed Forces. We need to ensure that there is a common stint across the board, and we want to make sure that our victims are treated with the respect, the dignity, and the justice that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Député de Hull-Aylmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'd like to thank him for his service in the armed forces. I'm very grateful. I am pleased to hear that he and his colleagues will support this bill. He asked a question, and in turn I'd like to ask him a question. Does he believe that the current system in the military courts is serving the interests of members of the armed forces who are victims of sexual misconduct? Or does he believe that using the civilian courts is a better option for these people?
Brandon Cyrus.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I think Conservatives have been pretty clear that we believe that the system, the military system as it currently exists, has failed victims within the Canadian Armed Forces who have experienced sexual trauma. But we are concerned about the capacity of the civilian courts to handle additional work when they are currently not getting through all of the work that they currently have before them. And many perpetrators of violent crimes, including sexual assaults, are getting off based on the Jordan's framework. So while the current system is failing members of the Canadian Armed Forces, we don't want their hopes for better service to be dashed when this moves into the civilian court system, because they are currently not serving victims as well as they need to be either.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. In the same vein, Mr. Speaker, what does my colleague think of the idea that these people had nothing to fear because they controlled the court system? How did we get there? That these people thought that they were safe from any law or rule or punishment or judgment under the pretext that ultimately these individuals controlled the system themselves.
Of course, that's a terrible situation to be in, Mr. Speaker, the one that my colleague raises. I can't imagine the feeling of being trapped in a system that you feel is protecting or is protecting your assaulter, the person who committed one of these crimes against you. So it is a terrible situation that members of our Canadian Armed Forces have been subjected to, who are the victims of these types of crimes. We need to do better by them, and Conservatives are certainly going to work hard. I know my colleagues on the National Defence Committee are going to work very hard to ensure that if this bill proceeds, it does so in the most effective way possible to make sure that those victims are protected and they receive justice under the law.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his great speech. And certainly we agree that moving these trials to civilian courts does provide victims with a little bit more, hopefully, certainty that the proceedings can go ahead. However, there is a concern, because I don't see anywhere in the bill the Liberals trying to address the lack of judges, the lack of courtroom space, and I would hate to see somebody run up against a situation where they're not able to get to the end of a sentencing or trial within a given time frame and see the charges tossed because they weren't able to get through the proceedings in a timely manner. I'm just wondering if the member has any concerns about that.
The Honourable Member for Brandon Cyrus.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague for that excellent question from Saskatchewan. And he's exactly right. We are concerned with a lack of judges, a lack of Crown prosecutors across the country right now, and certainly in provinces, that we're seeing time after time cases being pled down, or in many cases completely thrown out because they hit the Jordan's framework. And so if this federal government is serious about ensuring that victims within our Canadian Armed Forces receive the justice that they deserve and that this country should be providing to them, they need to be stepping up with resources to scrap their soft on crime C5 and 75 laws, put additional resources into our courtrooms to ensure that these cases are heard in a timely fashion so that we're actually delivering justice for victims in this country.
Resuming debate, pleased to debate the honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in strong support of Bill C-11. Those who serve our country deserve a Canadian armed forces that is safe, respectful, and free from harassment, discrimination, and misconduct. And when harm does occur, they deserve a justice system that is clear and fair, that puts victims and survivors first. For long, members of the Canadian Armed Forces, especially women and other underrepresented groups, have faced incidences of sexual misconduct and harassment that have shaken confidence in military justice system. Survivors have told us again and again that the system was not working for them. This is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-11 builds on the brave testimony of survivors and tireless work of two former Supreme Court justices, Justice Arbor and Justice Fish, who both studied these issues closely. This bill responds directly to Justice Arbor's recommendation 5 and to several of Justice Fish's recommendations to strengthen the military justice system. This legislation removes jurisdiction from the armed forces to investigate and prosecute criminal code sexual offenses committed in Canada. Those cases will now fall under the civilian justice system. This is a major change. Until now, there was what is called concurrent jurisdiction, meaning both the military and civilian systems could handle these cases. In practice, that created confusion and inconsistency, and too often victims were left uncertain about where to turn. By making civilian authorities the exclusive jurisdiction for these offenses, we are providing clarity, transparency, and fairness. Just as with cases of murder or manslaughter, alleged sexual offenses by armed forces members in Canada will be handled in civilian courts. This change ensures that very serious crimes are treated with seriousness and independence they deserve. Bill C-11 also enhances support for victims. It establishes a victim liaison officer available to victims throughout the transfer of cases regardless of jurisdiction. Victims will no longer be left to navigate two systems on their own. Instead, they will have a designated officer to help them understand the process and have their voices heard. This legislation also strengthens independence with the military justice system. Key positions such as the Director of the Military Prosecutions and Director of Defense Counsel Services will be elevated to Governor-in-Council appointments. This step removes real or perceived influence from the chain of command, giving members greater trust in the fairness of the system. Bill C-11 also addresses historical discrimination faced by underrepresented groups in how cases have been processed and transferred. This bill ensures the military justice system remains aligned with the criminal code and civilian justice system, creating greater fairness to all. Mr. Speaker, we know this is not happening in isolation. Since 2021, when Justice Arbor issued her interim recommendation, the Director of Military Prosecutions have already ensured that 100% of the criminal code sexual offense charges are being laid in the civil justice system. This bill takes the next step by putting the practice into law. Some may ask why this legislation focuses only on the offenses committed in Canada. The answer is that this reflects the reality of jurisdiction. For offenses occurring abroad, military police must still.
I'm sorry, I have a point of order from the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman. The member had mentioned just a couple of minutes ago in a speech that C11 will provide officers to victims. It's not debate, this is actual fact. It's not in C11. And Bill C11 doesn't provide that support. The Canadian Armed Forces is doing that through the Department of National Defence, through the Sexual Misconduct Support and Resource Centre.
I have to interrupt the member. Is there a regular practice of the House or custom or tradition that the member is referring to?
Pardon me?
Is there a regular practice of the House, tradition or custom the member could refer me to on the point of order?
Both seats. Standing Order 18, that they can't be up here not actually informing the House what's actually in the bill. They're making stuff up. And so
I'm going to interrupt the member. So, order. Before I return to the member for Surrey Newton, on Standing Order 18, Standing Order 18 is usually what was germane to the debate. I was listening to the member for Surrey Newton debate. I believe it was germane to the debate, so I will let the member for Surrey Newton now return to the debate. He has 5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to emphasize this bill is not just about legal frameworks. It is about cultural change. Our government is committed to building a Canadian Armed Forces that is inclusive, respectful, and professional. That is why we are implementing all of the 48 Justice Arbor's recommendations, in which about 20 are already completed, and the rest will be done by the end of 2025. And the last recommendation, Mr. Speaker, is this bill. So if this bill goes through, that will be the last recommendation by Justice Arbor. We are also acting on Justice Fish's recommendations, prioritizing the ones that most improve independence, transparency, and fairness. Bill C11 reflects that commitment. I know some of us will raise concerns about the delays in the civilian system or the capacity of the civilian police to handle these cases, but let us be clear. These cases are already being investigated and prosecuted by civilian authorities. Our police and courts are the right place for them. Others may point out that the military system could have moved faster to adopt these changes, and I agree. Change has not come quickly enough, but today, with this bill, we are looking in reforms that cannot be rolled back because it's going to be enshrined in the law. Mr. Speaker, members of the armed forces make sacrifices every day to protect Canada and to protect Canadians. They put service before self. They stand ready to defend us in times of danger. Our responsibility as parliamentarians is to ensure they serve in an institution that protects them as much as they protect us. This bill is about fairness, it is about restoring trust, and most importantly, it is about sending a message to every member of the Canadian Armed Forces, and especially every survivor of the misconduct. We hear you, we believe you, and we are acting to make the system better. Mr. Speaker, legislation alone will not erase misconduct or rebuild trust. That work requires leadership, training, accountability, and deep cultural shift inside the forces. But laws do matter. They set the framework for justice They signal what our society's values, and they are the ones provide tools for change. Bill C-11 is not the end of the journey, but it is a critical milestone. It states clearly that sexual offenses do not belong in the military justice system. Victims deserve support, independence, and fairness, and the Canadian Armed Forces deserve a justice system that is worthy of those who serve. I urge all members in this House, regardless of the party, to support this important legislation, and let's get it done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first, I just want to point out that the member in his speech erred, that we supported the Deschamps report. That was 10 years ago. It took 10 years since the Deschamps report and the Jonathan Vance scandal for the Liberals to bring this finally forward. I'd also just say that he erred in saying that the Sexual Misconduct Support and Resource Centre was opening up their section to help victims navigate the legal systems in the civilian courts because of Bill C-11. No, they're already doing that, and Bill C-11 hasn't been brought forward. That, again, is something that was brought forward in the Deschamps report as well as the Arbery report. And lastly, I'd just like to point out that this bill is coming about and gives direction to the Minister of National Defence because of the cover-up that was done by the Liberals with Harjit Sajjan, which the member of Waterloo used to help cover up when she was when she was the House Leader here, always defending Harjit Sajjan for refusing to investigate Jonathan Vance.
Shameful.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of the past incidents that has happened, are awful and unacceptable. And this is why we brought this bill forward, and the members on the other side must be aware that this bill was brought in the previous parliament as well.
And they were playing shenanigans.
Right? And because of the filibuster that the Conservative did, we could not pass that. And I asked the Conservative members to support this bill so we can have it in place and serve those people that deserve justice.
Order. I hear lots of members suggesting things that the member for Surrey Newton could say and others could say. I'll recognize members if they're in their seats and want to be recognized. Le député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's entourage knew there were allegations against Mr. Vance. And there were some serious doubts as to allegations to the fact that they were of a sexual nature that was very serious. It's a very scandalous file. You got to think that there are reasons to be upset. And now this bill, in fact, the previous bill was not passed in Parliament. Did the government, or does the government really intend to pass this important bill quickly, given the seriousness of the situation?
For Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to have a cultural change, and I'm reading the new defense policy on page 17. It clearly mentions all we have to do, and this is the work that was complemented by the introduction of Bill C-66 on page 17 that the honourable member is talking about. But that work can only be completed if we get this bill through. The sooner we get it done, the sooner we will be able to achieve what we all want to achieve, is the justice for the members that protect Canada and protect Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for... Actually, the member... this is a great opportunity for you to remind members that all members have to be properly attired in business attire, but also be in their seats in order to be recognized. And I recognize the member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, was listening intently into that speech. And what I'm finding interesting is that the minister, the member did make some really interesting comments, especially when it comes to the recommendations by Justice Arbour and the fact that this Parliament could achieve advancing all 48 of them. And I find it interesting because, we come here to work, we come here to represent our constituents. The constituents of the riding of Waterloo expect me to show up and work, and it seems like the Conservatives are almost irked that the government could accomplish satisfying those recommendations. So I would like to hear from the member what his thoughts are when it comes to our men and women in uniform, the fact that this should be a nonpartisan issue, and that we have the ability to really call the question, get this to committee, so committee can spend the time it needs to really do the scrutiny that they need to do to ensure that we do get it right. I agree, we need to get it right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Sir Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, out of those recommendations, Justice Arbor's report that had more than 30 has been implemented. Every recommendation will be implemented by end of 2025, including this is the last one. So, Honourable Member has said it clearly. Let me get this bill passed and get it to the committee so we can focus on the other bills that Conservatives want to talk about that are controversial.
That's right.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-11, the Military Justice Modernization Act. The Minister of National Defence has made it clear that Canada's new government is committed to ensuring that members of the Canadian Armed Forces have a workplace where all members feel supported, respected, and included. Canadians have watched over the past few years as the Canadian Armed Forces has made significant efforts to modernize.
I have a point of order from the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry to interrupt my honourable colleague, but the House isn't, I'm not commenting on the presence or absence of anyone, but given the numbers of us here, it seems we could listen to a speech without heckling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you, Member, for a reminder. If colleagues want to take separate discussions out of the House, they are welcome to do so. The Member for Port Coquitlam can resume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Canadians have watched over the past few years as the Canadian Armed Forces has made significant efforts to modernize and evolve as a 21st century workplace. While much has been accomplished towards this goal, there is still much more to do. Bill C-11 is another critical step towards meaningful and lasting institutional reform. Bill C-11 focuses on strengthening trust and confidence in the military justice system. This is the next step in the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces efforts to address recommendations from independent reviews from former Supreme Court Justices Fish and Arbour. These reports and the more than 100 recommendations that stem from them remain extremely important to our larger cultural change efforts. Overall, these reviews have helped define how D&D and the CAF are undertaking changes to the military justice system and cultural evolution efforts. They have allowed for an impartial evaluation process, highlighting efforts that have fallen short, barriers that still exist, and making recommendations to improve. That's why today I will provide an overview of these independent external reviews and the progress the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces has made to address their recommendations to date. I'll begin with the Independent External Comprehensive Review, also known as the Arbour Report. This review was launched in April 2021 and led by former Supreme Court Justice Louise Arbour to examine harassment and sexual misconduct in national defence and the Canadian Armed Forces, as well as policies, procedures, programs, practices, and culture, including in the military justice system itself. The final report was made public on May 30th, 2022, and the Minister at the time welcomed all 48 recommendations. When the final report was received, there were 17 recommendations for which implementation could be undertaken immediately. This included the implementation of recommendation number 48, appointing an external monitor to oversee the implementation efforts of the Arbour Report's recommendations. The Minister at the time appointed Madame Jocelyn Thierrien as external monitor, who provides monthly progress reports to the Minister on the implementation of the recommendations. She also provides biannual progress reports that are made available publicly. The Minister also announced the implementation of recommendations 7 and 9, changes to the military grievance and harassment process in August of 2023. With the implementation of these recommendations, any CAF member who has experienced sexual harassment, sexual misconduct, or any other form of discrimination based on sex or gender while performing their duties can now choose to bring their complaint directly to the Canadian Human Rights Commission without first exhausting internal grievance and harassment processes. The Arbor report also outlined improvements for the military college system in recommendations number 28 and number 29. That's why in December 2023, the Minister announced the 7 people appointed to the Canadian Military Colleges Review Board to review Canada's 2 military colleges. And in March 2025, this board released its report, which included 49 recommendations covering a range of areas, including cost, governance, and quality of training. As we see with Bill C-11 being debated here today, we are also addressing the key aspects of recommendation number 5 of the Arbor report by removing the CAF's investigative and prosecutorial jurisdiction over criminal code sexual offenses committed in Canada. Since December 2021, all new criminal code sexual offense charges are now being laid in the civilian criminal justice system, and no new criminal code sexual offense charges are being adjudicated in the military justice system. The Canadian Forces Military Police are also leading a criminal code sexual offences operational framework working group with the Ontario Solicitor General and Ministry of the Attorney General to develop a framework for the transfer of cases. Bill C-11 also addresses several recommendations from Justice Fish's third independent review of the National Defence Act. Bill C-11 addresses 8 recommendations from this review. These amendments seek to, among other things, first, modify the process for the appointment of the Canadian Forces Provost Marshal, the Director of Military Prosecutions, and the Director of Defence Counsel Services. Second, expand the class of persons who are eligible to be appointed as a military judge to include non-commissioned members. And third, affirm the Judge Advocate General's respect for the independent authorities in the military justice system while exercising its superintendence of the administration of military justice. These amendments seek to strengthen trust in military justice authorities operating independently from the chain of command and to bolster the trust and confidence of Canadians in the military justice system. Mr. Speaker, we are taking these recommendations seriously and moving quickly. We know that members of the Canadian Armed Forces are counting on us. Mr. Speaker, as our government makes a generational investment in Canada's national defence, we know that we must invest in our people. The members of the Canadian Armed Forces are the foundation of Canada's national defence. Members have told us time and time again that they want to feel safe, protected, and empowered to serve in a modern 21st century workplace. External reviews of national defence and the Canadian Armed Forces have also told us that we need to modernize the military justice system. That is precisely what we are doing in C-11, the Military Justice Modernization Act. The legislative changes proposed in Bill C-11 will play a critical role in helping us address several important recommendations regarding sexual misconduct and enhance trust in the military justice system. I encourage all members of this House to come together to support this important piece of legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South Six Nations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to pose the same question to this member that I did to one of his colleagues because I didn't get an answer. So the reality is that sex assault victims, whether they be in civilian court or military court, have a complete lack of trust in the system. They call it a system. They don't call it a justice system because there's underreporting. There's problems with investigations. Some police services believe them. Some police services do not. There's difficulties in obtaining additional evidence. There are difficulties with the Crown chosen with respect to the prosecution of this file. And then you've got issues with the overcrowding in our courts to begin with. We have the Jordan principles to apply. So it's no small wonder that in Ontario alone there is an abysmal record of success in prosecuting sex assaults. With all of the deficiencies that I've just presented, that I presented to one of your colleagues, what does Bill C-11 do to address those deficiencies?
The member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Well, I think those deficiencies, while I do not dispute that they exist, are problems for another time and another bill. What we're focusing on now is on modernization of the Military Justice Act and how we deal with that in the military system. And let us focus on that, and as we carry on and we move into other areas, let's focus on those areas when we get to them.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The member for Winnipeg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your speech. Sorry, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. My bad. Now, there's been numerous comments to our overloaded court system, lack of Crown attorneys, delayed bail hearings due to lack of Crown attorneys. Would the member not agree that these are things that are totally under the jurisdiction of the provinces and that we have to be holding our provincial governments to account to improve these things so that this bill can be more workable?
Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
I thank the member for his question. I would 100% agree. We need to allow the provincial governments to operate within their jurisdictions and do what they need to do, and we can certainly support them to whatever extent we can, but let's focus on what we can do with this bill in the interim.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, this bill that we're seized with, of course, we have to remember its origins in the serious misconduct, sexual misconduct allegations that arose. The Minister of Defence refused to meet the former ombudsman 12 times, refused to look at the evidence, even claimed he didn't want to get involved in ongoing investigations. My question is quite simple. How can we expect that this time around the Liberals will act responsibly and pass this bill quickly that they failed to pass last time around?
Coquitlam.
We've certainly brought this forward to be passed, and we certainly count on the support of all the members in the House to do so. It's clear that all members in the House value the importance of this bill and the need for it to pass. The bill that was passed, or that was introduced in the previous Parliament, as was mentioned, was unable to be proceeded with it because of the filibuster that went on that brought basically the Parliament to its knees. We certainly intend and wish that this be carried forward to fruition, that it gets to committee, that we pass it with the necessary amendments and appropriate improvements.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's interesting. I'm thinking about today that for the first time, Oshawa sent a woman to be their representative in the House of Commons. And I'm thinking about that a lot as I'm talking and listening to these folks across the way in the Liberal government say things like cultural change, fairness, trust, inclusive, respectful, we hear you, support, independence, and fairness. These are words that are being used over and over again. I know we have to be quick here. In civilian courts, as it stands, sexual abusers are let out on bail at the least onerous conditions. That's still going to be the case here. How are we protecting women?
Honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, in under 25 seconds.
I think these are very important considerations that we have to look forward or look at very seriously right across the board. However, what we're dealing with today is the Military Justice Modernization Act, and I think that's what we should focus on.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured today as the member of London Fanshawe to rise to say a speech on such an important topic. As Conservatives, we honour the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. Their duty is to protect Canada. Our duty is to protect them. Bill C-11 is presented as an effort to do that. It continues the long overdue modernization of the military justice system, and it claims to deliver justice for victims of military sexual misconduct. But Canadians expect results, not rhetoric. They want to see this bill achieve real progress for victims, for due process, and for the discipline and effectiveness of the forces. The bill amends the National Defence Act so that the most sexual offences alleged to have occurred in Canada move to the civilian system. It aligns military law with recent criminal code updates, including the publication bans and the Sex Offender Information Registration Act. It creates greater distance between the chain of command and three key justice actors by shifting appointments to the Governing Council and by having them report directly to the Minister. It renames and rank inflates the Provost Marshal and to Provost Marshal General. It sets non-uniform terms for the Director of Military Prosecutions and the Director of Defense Counsel Services. On paper, some of this reflects previous expert recommendations made by legal scholars and victims groups. Conservatives have long said that everyone who serves deserves a safe and respectful workplace free of discrimination, racism, abuse of authority, and sexual misconduct. There is no question we support the goal of this legislation. Unfortunately, we know that this legislation in its current form does not address serious concerns with respect to capacity, consistency, or independence necessary to deliver real justice without creating new problems and inviting political interference. Let's start with capacity. Bill C-11 does not add a plan to ensure capacity or specialized expertise for military cases entering provincial systems. Since 2021, the government has been sending cases into the civilian stream. Victims and witnesses have waited, and many historic files were never taken up because of stale evidence or flawed investigations. Civilian police and Crown offices are already stretched. This bill does not provide a clear path for historic files. A promise without a plan is not justice. Victims deserve timelines, trauma-informed supports, and real prospects of conviction when warranted by the evidence. My second concern is consistency. The Code of Service Disciplines forms a comprehensive framework that upholds discipline, efficiency, and morale. If we still apply to almost everything except sexual offenses that occur in Canada, sexual offenses outside Canada remain under military jurisdiction. Why should the same allegation be treated differently? This split risks undermining coherence. It weakens the feedback loop between criminal accountability and the service discipline for conduct that can be directly tied to military duties and to unit cohesion. Instead, the bill should ensure that findings in civilian court automatically inform service discipline and career consequences. It should also define how the forces will protect complainants on base while civilian processes run their course. The government also needs to explain how the military police will maintain their investigative competence if they lose domestic experience in the very file type where expertise matters most. It does not explain how the forces will coordinate with host nation authorities in deployments at sea or on allied bases where civilians work alongside our members. If we do not plan for this now, we risk weaker investigations and a two-tier outcome for victims depending on geography. Next is independence and the risk of political interference. The bill would have key members of the military court system report directly to the minister. Independence from the chain of command is the stated goal. Yet the bill gives the minister power to issue written instructions or guidelines in respect of prosecutions. It varies term lengths in ways that took arbitrary. It inflates the Provost Marshal General. It removes reappointments for 2 directors, but not for others. When appointments move to cabinet without clear and uniform safeguards, Canadians see the risk of political interference. They have seen it before. They have seen political interference and a pattern of delay that undermines confidence, leaving victims waiting. If the government wants trust, it should ensure clear, uniform, and transparent selection criteria, fixed terms, and public disclosure of any ministerial directives. Fairness is also essential. Justice must work for both complainants and the accused so that outcomes are credible, sustainable, and trusted by all. A process that is trauma-informed for victims and procedurally fair for those accused produces stronger convictions and more legitimate acquittals. When prosecutions move to the civilian stream, service members should have a clear access to legal assistance so that every case is decided on evidence and law, not on personal means or uncertainty about representation. Ensuring both fairness and consistency is what gives victims true justice and strengthens confidence in the entire system. Finally, culture and leadership. Reports have described a long-standing culture of silence and a pattern of plea deals for minor service offenses. That did not magically end with a new bill title. Trust requires leadership accountability. Trust requires that senior ranks cannot use their position to blunt investigations or to steer outcomes. This House must make it clear that nobody, I repeat, nobody is above the law. That includes ministers who ignored evidence, chiefs who were protected, and senior officers who allowed plea downs that erased the seriousness of the conduct. Policy language is not enough. Implementation and oversight are everything. As I said, there is no question that Conservatives support the goal of this bill, but we need to take a responsible approach for this important legislation. We will support moving Bill C-11 to committee because victims deserve progress, not more delay. At committee, we will press for amendments in these areas, among others. A civilian capacity plan with provinces and territories, including funding training, dedicated contacts for military files, service standards for charging decisions, and public reporting on timelines and outcomes. A clear bridge between civilian verdicts and the Code of Service Discipline so that automatic administrative reviews follow criminal findings. Real independent safeguards, including uniform, non-renewable terms for key directors, transparent, merit-based selection criteria, and publications of any ministerial directive with reasons. A legal assistance framework for accused members in the civilian stream with eligibility rules and cost controls so justice is decided on facts, not finances. An overseas investigation plan that sets joint tasking with civilian partners, external reviews of serious cases, and clear agreements for ships and allied installations. Victim support in practice by expanding the sexual misconduct support and resource center mandate to provide legal navigation, workplace safety planning, and communication with civilian authorities. Term and rank discipline that removes unnecessary rank inflation and focuses on capability and accountability rather than titles. This is how we honor the courage of people who came forward, including those who were ignored or punished for speaking up. This is how we protect current members who still worry about reprisal on small bases or in tight units. This is how we preserve discipline and effectiveness so that the forces can recruit, train, and deploy with confidence. Mr. Speaker, victims want justice that is timely and real. Members want a system that is fair and predictable. Canadians want a military that reflects our values and can meet the threats we face. Conservatives will work in good faith to improve this bill. We will insist on independence with accountability. We will insist on capacity with timelines. We will insist on leadership that takes responsibility rather than hiding behind process. Our men and women in uniform are the best of Canada. They deserve a justice system worthy of their service. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member said that victims deserve progress. I agree. We have a new Prime Minister that was elected, less than 6 months ago, and we already have before us Bill C-11. In principle, every member, it would appear, actually supports this legislation. Allowing it to go to committee doesn't stop debate. It actually allows progress, something that the member himself is asking for. Would he not agree? Allow the bill to go to committee, continue the debate there, and then it comes back for third reading and gets more debate. Would he not recommend to his own House leadership team that progress is important on this legislation as the Prime Minister has asked for this legislation to get passed?
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Member Opposite for his question. First of all, he mentioned First of all, he mentioned progress. I said justice. The Conservatives are looking for justice for the victims. On another note, the Liberals have had 10 years to tackle sexual misconduct in the military. And the Liberal government, for the last 10 years, have had 10 years to tackle sexual misconduct in the military. Instead of reading the report by Justice Deschamps that was on the Minister Sajin's desk upon becoming government, they ignored the problem for 5 years, then asked for another report, and then just to be sure, they asked for a third report a year later. Therefore, I personally am not on the Defense Committee, Mr. Speaker, but bringing the bill back to committee is the best way forward for Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to hear my Conservative colleagues talk about this. Back in the day, there were many allegations about the sexual misconduct of Jonathan Vance, but the Conservatives still appointed him to be Chief of Defence Staff. At the very time when the Canadian Armed Forces were being criticized for a sexist culture and rampant sexual misconduct, they could have appointed someone who was beyond reproach, but instead they appointed Mr. Vance. Why should it be any different this time around? And yes, it is important to pass this bill, but what are the Conservatives proposing specifically to make it a better bill?
Before I give the member for London Fanshawe the right response, à travers la présidence.
Through the chair, please. When you use a you must be referring to me directly, the speaker sitting here in my chair.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker. I only heard half of the translation. But with regards to Bill C-11 and the Conservatives suggesting moving it back to committee, I just want to remind my bloc colleague, that yes, we support moving Bill C-11 to committee, and we will press for amendments such as I said earlier, a civilian capacity plan with provinces and territories included funded training, dedicated contacts for military files, service standards for charging decisions, and public reporting on timelines and outcomes, and also victim support and practice by expanding the sexual misconduct support and resource center mandate to provide legal navigation, workplace safety planning, and communication with civilian authorities. Thank you.
The comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Repentigny.
My colleague said that he had issues with interpretation and that he didn't hear part of my question. Was it because his earpiece wasn't on, or was it because there were technical issues?
Je regarde au greffier.
I am looking at the clerk, the table clerk. Were there any issues with interpretation? It's possible that the honourable member did not hear. Is interpretation working?
Switch to English now to make sure it's working in both languages. It was working. Sometimes members don't catch all of what the interpreters are saying. They are trying to catch up. Some members speak slower or faster, and it is always difficult for them to catch up. Though parfois, comme
as such, as the member is aware, for interpreters, it's the speed of a speech can make it difficult to render all of the various ideas of a member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. He mentioned again that victims deserve justice, and I wonder if he can comment on whether he feels that they will receive fair justice currently in the civilian courts when they are instructed by C-75 to let out on bail as early as possible and under the least onerous conditions. Until we fix that, we're not getting them justice.
the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
I thank my member colleague for the question. With regards to does focusing on fairness for the accused risk undermining victims? Unfortunately, not at all. Fairness protects everyone. A trauma-informed process that is also procedurally sound produces stronger convictions that stand and acquittals that are respected. Victims want justice that lasts, not verdicts overturned because of the process was flawed. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Kuyanami Okaktitiye. I start by sharing that NDP support Bill C-11. I dedicate this speech to the victims of abuse in the military who deserve justice. Canadians who serve and have served in the armed forces and reserves deserve our respect and gratitude. Women, men, members of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, Indigenous people, racialized minorities have all served in our military. Too many of them have been subject to sexual assault. Too many have to endure racism, sexism, homophobia, and transphobia in the course of their service. Members of the Canadian Armed Forces put their lives at risk to defend our sovereignty at home and abroad. They and their families sacrifice so much in order to serve Canada. The NDP is committed to ensuring their health and well-being, their safety and protection. We advocate to ensure they have supports and services while serving and when they leave military service. The Canadian Armed Forces are important to keep our security and indeed our sovereignty. We are all shocked by the news stories of military sexual trauma, and we all want to see meaningful culture change in our military. I begin by sharing a historical perspective of why we support this bill. In 2015, Justice Deschamps issued her report with important recommendations. It took the Liberals years to respond. In 2022, the Liberals accepted recommendations in a separate report by Justice Arbour. Liberals told Canadians they would begin transferring all criminal sexual offense investigations to civilian courts. This is another Liberal broken promise. 3 years later, approximately half of the cases remain within the military justice system. Why? We do not know. There were many major problems with the cases that were transferred. Retired Corporal Ariana Nolet was one of the first military sexual trauma victims to have her case transferred to civilian courts. Unfortunately, her case was stayed due to time delays with the back and forth between military and civilian police. Since this incident, multiple other cases are stayed due to delays, resulting in the lack of justice for survivors. The cause of the delays were twofold. Number one, civilian authorities were wary of taking over the case, and due to concurrent jurisdiction, they were not mandated to accept the case. Number two, the transfer of case files by the military police were significantly delayed, causing commentators to speculate on whether the military police were unduly stalling the transfer. New Democrats continue to advocate for better outcomes for survivors of military sexual trauma. My friend and colleague, NDP MP Rachel Blaney, was responsible for the landmark parliamentary study on the experience of women veterans. They gave first-hand account of the horrific treatments they endured while serving in Canada's military. The study culminated in a powerful report in 2024 entitled Invisible No More. This report was the catalyst that finally pushed the Liberal government to act. NDP MP Lindsay Matheson undertook a summer of consultations with survivors and subsequently introduced a private member's bill. Bill C-362 would have immediately ended concurrent jurisdiction and ensured no future cases be caught in the tug-of-war over jurisdiction. Unfortunately, Lindsay's bill C-362, died on the order paper when Trudeau prorogued Parliament. Given the state of Bill C-11, the way that it was tabled, the following question must be studied at committee. To name a few, number one, this bill does not adequately address incidents in the reserves, the Navy, the cadets program, or international deployments. Why are they not included? Do they not deserve justice? Number 2, survivors feel betrayed by the federal government. Survivors tell us they need more pathways to justice. They say pathways to justice will be taken away. What consultations included victims, and in what way are their voices included in Bill C-9? Number 3, this bill may have the unintended consequence of creating a binary between criminal behavior and lesser forms of harassment, which may become more permissive and have less supports. What amendments will be needed to ensure victims of any abuse see the justice they deserve? Number 4, since the sexual misconduct by senior leadership scandal, NDP's call to make the Department of National Defense and the Canadian Armed Forces ombuds and officer of parliament are amplified. This position must have the power to compel documents and conduct systemic investigations. Will other parties support amendments to ensure greater civilian oversight? Number 5, amendments are needed for the new victim liaison officer. The commanding officer must not be the one to appoint the officer. Given that many cases directly or indirectly involve the commanding officer, we need to find an alternative to this proposal. The appointment must occur outside the chain of command. Further, parliamentarians need to review legal assistance for survivors and the independence of counseling services for members of the Canadian Armed Forces. Number 6, the Prime Minister warned of an austerity budget. Expanding the mandate of civilian law enforcement without a corresponding increase to their budget will create problems. Indeed, potentially cost more. The November budget could include cuts to legal services and law enforcement agencies. This makes no sense. Will the budget further cut funding for the military police? Number 7, given the composition of the Canadian Armed Forces, investigations may include victims, witnesses, and others across multiple jurisdictions and potentially in secure military locations. A local police unit does not have the resources for these cases. It may be logistically difficult to recruit and deploy civilian law enforcement on an ad hoc basis. How will cases be investigated by civilian police when incidents occur across jurisdictions, especially for incidents that may occur during domestic operations, including routine operations in the North and Arctic Naval Coastal Patrols? What about incidents that happen abroad? What tools will civilian courts have in international deployments, Navy ships, etc., that cannot immediately be accessed by civilians? We need to ensure issues like custody of evidence are considered to avoid cases being thrown out. I appreciate the opportunity and I'm ready to answer some questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that what I've referred to earlier is the principles of the bill from transferring it from military courts into civilian, the court process, where there are many different forms of support, and it seems to me that all members are, in fact, supporting that particular principle. There's also discussions that have been taking place with our partners. After all, judicial responsibilities are not only federal, but they're also provincial, federal, and municipal. All three play a very important role. My question to the member is, does she not believe overall that the transferring of sexual assaults out of the military courts into the civilian courts is a positive thing, and does she have confidence in the independence of the judicial system to make sure that the victims are in fact being treated appropriately?
Member for Nunavut.
I did mention in my speech that there was a promise 3 years ago that there would be that transfer, and more than half of the cases haven't been transferred. We also need to question what would happen for processes that happen outside of Canada, as this bill only relates to offenses within Canada. With the military police not investigating or prosecuting domestic offenses, we must ask, will military police be trained and equipped to handle incidents abroad?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our colleague from Nunavut for her speech. My question relates to the culture of the Canadian Armed Forces, culture of tolerating sexual misconduct, and the reports that are before us, Arbor and Fish, and Deschamps all say that without a change in the culture, the problem will not be solved. So is our honourable colleague optimistic that Bill C-11 is actually going to push the Canadian Armed Forces to reform its conduct, which is the root of the problem?
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I think the biggest change that we're going to need to discuss at committee is the appointment to the victim liaison officer, because at this point, given that currently the appointment process would remain with the commanding officer, that is not the form of culture change that we need to see in order to support victims who are most impacted by this legislation. We need to make sure that the supports for them comes outside of that system that keeps them victimized. I think, for example, we have seen that this reform has been a long time. Changes are being made from 1998, and we need to make sure that it does not take another 27 years before any unintended consequences can be corrected.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I seem to understand that our colleague would like to ensure that what happens outside Canada, she'd like to see amendments in that regard. Does the NDP intend to propose amendments in that regard, and if so, which amendments?
For Nunavut.
Yes, we do want to see amendments regarding investigations or incidents that happen abroad. As we know and as we have heard, even domestically, some of the investigations with victims being from one territory or witnesses being from other provinces or even abroad, there needs to be better supports to ensure that any of these cross-jurisdictional issues can be streamlined.
Resuming debate, reprise the débat. The Honourable Member for Hull-Ilma.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to rise in this House today to debate this important bill. It's very important for the military community and for the Canadian public in general. This is Bill C-11, Modernizing the Military Justice System Act. This bill will have a profound impact on members of the Canadian Armed Forces, as well as on veterans. C-11 will do something about concerns that survivors in the Canadian military community have shared with us. There is a series of amendments here that are targeted, and the goal of these amendments is to modernize the military justice system and strengthen support for victims and survivors. This legislation responds to Recommendation 5 of the Justice Arbor report. It also implements 8 recommendations from the Fish report's recommendations. This bill seeks to make the following amendments. I will touch on all of these amendments. First of all, it will codify that the Canadian Armed Forces no longer have jurisdiction over sexual offenses that are laid out in the Criminal Code and committed in Canada. Secondly, codify that civil authorities have exclusive jurisdiction to investigate and prosecute sexual offenses committed in Canada under the Criminal Code. Thirdly, to create a liaison office to liaise with victims. And this office will be available to victims throughout the file transfer process, no matter what the jurisdiction. Fourthly, strengthen the role of the main stakeholders in the justice system in order to increase their independence. Fifthly, the bill seeks to fight the historic discrimination that underrepresented groups of victims have suffered. And finally, Mr. Speaker, ensure that the military justice system is aligned with the criminal code as well as the civilian justice system. Our government takes the well-being of members of the Canadian Armed Forces very seriously, and that's why we've worked hard over the last few years to implement all of the 48 recommendations of former Justice Louise Arbour's report. More than 30 recommendations have been completed to date, and by the end of the year, with the adoption of this bill, I hope we'll be able to say that all 48 recommendations have been implemented. All the recommendations of former Justice Louise Arbour. And on that topic, I will now touch upon some of these recommendations. Three years ago, Justice Arbour gave the Minister of Justice the final report on sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. The report was called Report of the Independent External Comprehensive Review. There were 48 recommendations that had to do with institutional problems and structural obstacles that enabled the problem to persist. Recommendation 48 from the Arbour report asks the Minister of National Defence to name an external supervisor who would be responsible for supervising the implementation of the recommendations in the report, as well as external recommendations. This individual, Jocelyne Terrien, tabled her fifth report in July 2025. According to Ms. Terrien, we are on the right path to implementing all 48 recommendations by the end of 2025. We have made considerable progress, including clarifying definitions and terminology as we were implementing recommendations 1 and 2. In June 2024, the defense team announced that policies using the term sexual misconduct would be updated and would replace that term by sexual harassment and sexual crime. In addition, the notion of sexual assault would be defined separately in the relevant policies. In March 2025, the Canadian Armed Forces adopted the definition of harassment and violence in the Canada Labour Code, thus aligning their anti-harassment program with the Preventing Harassment and Violence in the Workplace program in the public service, which enabled these two policies to be unified. And thus these policies became applicable both to members of the armed services as well as public servants working at the Department of National Defense. And that was in response to recommendation 3 of the Arbor report. Members of the armed forces who are victims or witnesses of harassment, workplace harassment or violence will now have a simpler way of raising incidents, better informal resolution mechanisms, and a simpler investigation process. We have also made significant progress when it comes to offering a range of services and support tailored to victims' needs. In response to recommendation 14 of the Arbor report, the Sexual Misconduct Support and Resources Center increased its services to include full-time legal resources to offer information and assistance to individuals who had experienced sexual misconduct in the defense context. The next step will be to offer access to civilian lawyers who will be able to assist survivors in different parts of the country and for free. Mr. Speaker, with C11, we are making another step forward. We are improving support to victims, and we are ensuring that civilian authorities have exclusive jurisdiction over criminal code sexual offenses committed within Canada, and in order to prosecute these offenses, our government will continue to commit to fight all forms of misconduct and unprofessional conduct within the Canadian Armed Forces. It is imperative that victims and survivors receive the support and justice that they deserve.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, members of the Canadian Armed Forces are always there to keep Canada safe. And it is our duty to protect them against harassment and misconduct. The 48 recommendations made by former Chief Supreme Court Justice Louise Arbour clearly set the path for us to change the culture of this institution. And the external monitor, Madame Jocelyne Terrien, is ensuring that we are following that path. In closing, I'd like to thank the Canadian Forces members, the veterans, men and women alike, for their service to Canada. I certainly hope all of my colleagues in this House will support this bill so we can be sure that there is justice for victims of harassment and sexual misconduct. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague across the way for his speech. The reports that are before us, Arbour and Fish and Deschamps also, all say that the problem at the Canadian Armed Forces around sexual misconduct will not be solved until the culture there is solved. Culture which is found it acceptable or at least tolerated in the cut and thrust of a military setting that sexual conduct is okay. Why is the member optimistic that Bill C-11 is finally the solution to that problem?
The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer.
Colleague who I've come to know very well, and I know that he takes these issues very seriously. I would say to him that it is not a guarantee that the culture will change. But Mr. Speaker, it's clear that we must take every step possible. And one of the first things to do is to assure the people who are victims of sexual harassment or of misbehavior are certainly feel that the system is not stacked against them. And the way that they can do that, as we saw in the report by Madam Justice Arbour, is that we need to take it out of a system where they could be actually seeking justice from the people who might be their superiors, or if you're working on the file, be trying to pursue a case against a person who might be their military superior. that does not lend confidence to the system. So it is important for the victims to have an independent system, which is what they will be guaranteed under the the criminal courts outside of the military service. That is the first step, and that is the one step which will go along to changing the culture in the military.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that's important to recognize through the debate is that the legislation reinforces and puts into law what has actually been now happening for the last few years, where there has actually been allegations of sexual assault and harassment that have actually been transferred over to the civil judicial system. And by passing the legislation, I think that it ultimately is a significant step forward. It puts into law what we've attempted to put into practice. Hundreds have already gone through the civil justice system, and it's also important that we continue to work with our provincial and territorial stakeholders to ensure that the proper resources, and I'm thinking specifically the timing of charges and so forth, court proceedings, is in a proper order.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
I think this is a very important point that the member from Winnipeg North has raises with us, raises before this House, is that because the system has been in place, because there had been action already on some of the reports which have been brought forward, and understanding the scope and the severity of the situation, these things have been acted on. Now we're codifying this. Now we're making sure that the resources are going to be put in place. Now we're going to make sure that there is training that is going to be provided, that our folks understand better in our armed forces on how to make sure that they transfer these files to the civilian courts and provide support to the victims of sexual misconduct and harcèlement in our system. So I think these are very welcome changes. And what is wonderful to hear is that in hearing the questions from my different colleagues is that there seems to be a unanimous or general support amongst members to making sure that this gets to committee, and I hope to become adopted as legislation before the end of the year.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government passed legislation allowing criminals convicted of sexual assault, including date rape, to serve their sentence on house arrest. Now they want Canadians to trust them with this new legislation. How can the Liberal government be trusted to enact justice reforms to protect our members of the Canadian Armed Forces against sexual misconduct, given their record that they allow sexual predators to serve their sentences at home?
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Mr. Speaker, there are many elements of the premise of that question that I will have some difficulty with, but I will say to my honourable member is that I think there are two things that should give him some confidence. First of all, this is a direct reflection. This legislation reflects directly the recommendations by former Supreme Court Justice Louise Arbour, as well as Maurice Fish. But secondly, I think he could take confidence that the person who is responsible to making sure that the recommendations are being followed forward, Madame Jocelyne Terrien, is following through on this and can assure parliamentarians, but most importantly, members of our Canadian Armed Forces, that these recommendations are being followed through on.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Today we're talking about Bill C-11, the Military Justice System Modernization Act. The effect of this bill is going to remove the military court's jurisdiction to try offenses of a sexual nature and to move those to the civilian courts so that the civilian courts have exclusive jurisdiction. Our proud Canadian Armed Forces has a deep-seated problem that this bill aims to tackle. This is not new. This is something that we've known about for a long time. So listen to what Justice Marie Deschamps said in her report of 10 years ago, commissioned by the Conservative government at the time, a report on sexual misconduct and sexual harassment in the Canadian Armed Forces. She found, and I quote, a disjunction between the high professional standards established by the Canadian Armed Forces policies and on inappropriate sexual conduct, and the reality, on the other hand, experienced by members day to day. So in other words, everything looked good on paper, but in reality, not so much. It's quite a different story. And the judge heard from many, many witnesses and summarized some of that evidence in her report. Now, that was 10 years ago. And now finally, here we are in 2025, finally acting on it. The Conservative Party has always supported all the recommendations of the Deschamps report. And it's a shame that they just have not yet all been implemented. But we have Bill C-11 before us now. Before I get into the details of the bill, the good, the bad, and where improvement is required, I want to shed a positive light on our proud Canadian Armed Forces. We can be proud of them, our men and women in uniform. Just a couple of examples of some of their great success stories. Operation Reassurance. Canada serves as the framework nation for NATO's multinational battle group in Latvia, a key part of NATO's enhanced forward presence to deter aggression in Eastern Europe, more important now than ever. Operation Unifier, Canada's military training mission supporting armed forces in Ukraine, also very important at the moment. And then, of course, our participation in NORAD, the binational military partnership with Canada and the United States, still our best friends. In all these missions, the Canadian Armed Forces has distinguished itself with high professional standards, effective performance, and gaining the respect of our NATO partners. And all of this despite the fact that this Liberal government for the last 10 years has underfunded the Canadian Armed Forces, not meeting our NATO commitments. Our NATO partners are counting on us. And I want to take a moment, Mr. Speaker, just to highlight some of the work that is being done in my local Conservative association. This is my group of volunteers at home who keep me grounded and connected to my community, also my advisors. They are currently working on a policy statement which they are hoping will advance all the way to the Conservative Party convention scheduled for Calgary early next year, about funding Canadian Armed Forces to meet our NATO requirements. I want to thank the team back at home for working on this very important issue. A big shout out to current President Reece Yearwood and immediate past President Wout Brouwer, both of whom have been working diligently on this. So back to the bill, C-11. It is an enactment in response to two reports. I talked about the Deschamps report. Now there's also a Fish report of Mr. Justice Fish of April 2021, which offers a sweeping critique and a reform roadmap for Canada's military justice system. And then the second report, Louise Arbour, a year later, 2022, which delivers a scathing assessment of how the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces handle sexual misconduct and institutional accountability. Now, a couple of quotes from each of these I think is important. They're both very extensive reports. I didn't read all of them, the whole report, but I read big sections of it, and I highlighted a couple of paragraphs to quote. This is Mr. Justice Fish. My review has confirmed the factual findings of the Honourable Marie Deschamps, who in 2015 completed her independent review on sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. The nature, extent, and human costs of sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces remains as debilitating, as rampant, and as destructive in 2021, the date of his report, as it was in 2015. So through all those years, not much improvement. Louise Arbour, here's a quote. Again, many paragraphs, but this is one that really hit home for me. The Canadian Armed Forces has a long history of recruiting among military families. I was quite struck, she said, to hear that many serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces, including high-ranking officers, would not encourage their daughters to enroll today. Instead, the exposure of sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces has caused as much damage as defeat in combat would have, to demoralize the troops and to shock Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a serious problem of misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. It's long-standing, it's deeply entrenched in the culture, it is not easily resolved, because it is hard to change the culture of an organization. And that's exactly what Bill C-11 is attempting to do, and we support it. The thinking is that taking the whole business of investigating and prosecuting crimes of a sexual nature out of the Canadian military justice system, putting it into the civilian justice system, will encourage victims to report without fear of impeding career advancement, without fear of being isolated by their peers or being labeled as troublemakers. Will it work? Maybe. I hope so. It's hard to change the culture of an organization, which is at the fundamental foundation of this problem. This is what Judge Deschamps said about the Canadian Armed Forces culture when it comes to sexual misbehavior, noting the failure of earlier attempts to solve the problem. This is what she said. Cultural change is key. Without broad-scale cultural reform, policy change is unlikely to be effective. This requires the Canadian Armed Forces to address not only more serious incidents of sexual harassment and assault, but also low-level sexual harassment, such as the use of sexualized and demeaning language, which contributes to a hostile environment. So, Mr. Speaker, I would conclude from this that sending serious cases of sexual harassment to the civilian courts is only the tip of the spear. There's a more fundamental problem that needs to be resolved. Maybe a few high-profile cases will make a difference, as it did with General Vance, highlighted the problems. Maybe it will help, but this will not happen without full support from the leadership. So it's important to hear from leaders of the Canadian Armed Forces, and this is what General Jenny Kerrigan, current Chief of Defense Staff, has to say. These reforms will enable our operational effectiveness and support a respectful culture that will ensure our institution continues to earn the trust of Canadian Armed Forces members and the Canadians we serve. Well, she's optimistic. I'm hopeful that this bill will steer us in the right direction. There are deep-seated problems. I would point out that there have been attempts before. I'm thinking of Operation Honor, which we are optimistic was going to get to the root of the problem. In the end, that program was abandoned because it was not taken seriously by the leadership or by the rank and file. We support this bill going to committee, and I would hope that the Chief of Defense Staff will come there and give evidence. If I have the opportunity, I will ask her questions about how this is going to solve a deep-seated cultural problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais remercier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. This bill is important because the members of the Canadian Armed Forces are always there to protect Canadians, and we have a duty to protect them in turn, protect them against misconduct or harassment. We've heard a general consensus here about the importance of this bill. Several members said it was important for this bill to be studied in the committee. Do you share that view, that the committee has to be seized of this bill so that the legislation can be passed as soon as possible? And if so, can he share his view on that with the leadership of his party to make sure that that does happen?
Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Well, the Conservative Party is signaling that we are in support of this bill. It has many problems. I don't think it goes far enough to solve the institutional problems at the Canadian Armed Forces, but it is a step in the right direction. I think it's going to be a very intensive study at committee. There are a lot of questions to ask. We're going to have a lot of witnesses to come appear before the committee and answer what I think they will find to be very challenging questions. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. Thank you to my colleague for his speech. How would he explain this? For so long, there's been an acceptance of having senior officials themselves within the army, senior officers making these decisions about others themselves. Isn't this odd?
Indeed, yeah, thank you for the question. It is indeed odd. That's exactly what this bill is trying to do, to take the decision-making and the investigation and the prosecution out of the military justice system, put it into the civilian justice system where it belongs. Now, recognize that there are also problems with the civilian justice system, as a lot of my colleagues have pointed out. So this is not the silver bullet, but I think it is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated my colleague's speech. I'm just wondering if he can elaborate a little bit, too, on what the situation would look like for someone that was had committed an offence here in Canada, but was also committing the same offence overseas. I'm just wondering what that's going to look like, and how this bill and how the court system is going to be able to handle that, and if there would create some kind of a weird two-tier system that could be problematic for victims trying to receive proper justice.
Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Well, yeah, that's a very thoughtful question. Our focus always has to be on victims of crime, to make sure that they get proper support, to make sure that they have a sense that justice is being done. Because our court system should not just be a legal system, it should be a justice system. It should do justice. It's an interesting hypothetical that you put to us. One of the reasons, of course, that crimes abroad need to be investigated abroad is because our civil authorities are going to have a hard time having those investigations. So I understand why that distinction is being made, but it certainly creates complexities.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's encouraging in the sense that the Conservatives are supporting this piece of legislation. I'm wondering if the member would see the benefit by having the committee go to committee at this stage. We have that much more time for the committee to be able to actually deal with it, as opposed to indefinitely holding it up. And maybe then allow for more debate on, let's say, a bill like C10 or another piece of legislation in which the Conservatives actually oppose. Would he not agree the sooner it goes to committee, the more opportunity it is, especially if we want to have it all passed before the end of the year?
The Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Thank you. So the member from Winnipeg North often asks questions of that nature. Why not just hurry things through? I think there's a big advantage to members of Parliament and to the people that we represent that we're able to debate important legislation like this in this chamber. If it were hurried off to committee, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to research it, to learn more about it, and to be able to speak to it, hopefully in a half-intelligent fashion. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise the débat, the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge, and he will be interrupted before the end of his speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to stand with those brave military personnel who have suffered from sexual misconduct within our Canadian Armed Forces. Their courage in coming forward has exposed systematic failures that have persisted far too long, and these failures demand our unwavering attention and action. Let me be clear from the very onset, Conservatives unequivocally support victims of sexual misconduct. We believe they deserve justice, transparency, and a workplace free of harassment, discrimination, and abuse of power. This is not a partisan issue. It is about honoring the service of those in uniform and ensuring their safety and dignity. But, Mr. Speaker, while victims deserve justice, they have been let down time and again, not just by individuals, but the very government charged with protecting them. The Liberal government has had a full decade to address these issues and has repeatedly failed Canadians and members of our armed forces. We must ask, why should Canadians, and especially those in uniform, trust this government? We saw one glaring example when the former Minister of National Defence, Harjit Sajjan, was complicit in covering up the sexual misconduct allegations against the former Chief of Defence Staff, General Jonathan Vance. When Sajjan was presented with evidence, he refused to accept it. Not only that, but Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was also complicit in this cover-up for 3 long years. These were years of silence and inaction while victims waited for justice. Let us remember that the Justice Deschamps report commissioned under the previous Conservative government was delivered in 2015 with clear recommendations to tackle sexual misconduct. Yet the Liberals sat on this report, leaving it to gather dust while the problems festered. Fast forward years later, what do we see? The government finally brings forward Bill C-11, but only after a decade of delay, and only when political cover became necessary. The bill, while containing some positive changes, raises more questions than it answers, and introduces concerns about political interference that could further harm victims and service members alike. Mr. Speaker, national defense is not just about tanks, planes, and ships. It's about people, brave men and women who put on the uniform every day to protect our country. They deserve respect and protection. We must invest not only in their equipment and training, but in creating a military culture free of harassment and misconduct. But, Mr. Speaker, how can we expect a culture of accountability and readiness when this very government continues to neglect funding, equipping, and modernizing our equipment? Let me remind the House. The Royal Canadian Navy is operating decades-old warships well past their prime. Our Royal Canadian Air Force flies 40-year-old CF-18s past their operational lifespan, while the government has dithered with the replacement. The Canadian Army lacks basic resources, from personal protective equipment to modern artillery. There has been reports of soldiers buying their own equipment, and training has been cancelled due to budget cuts. Meanwhile, Canada remains well below NATO's 2% defense spending target. And defense, as far as recruitment, where the Canadian Armed Forces is facing 16,000 personnel shortfall. Mr. Speaker, the first responsibility of the federal government is the protection of Canada and those who serve us. We face a rapidly changing global threat environment, from Russia's invasion of Ukraine to the instability in the Middle East and growing tensions in Indo-Pacific. Our military must be strong, prepared, and respected, and this includes having a justice system that is fair and trusted. Conservatives fully support transferring jurisdiction of most sexual offenses committed in Canada from the military justice system to civilian authorities, as has been recommended by respected Deschamps, Arbor, and Fish reports. Unfortunately, this is not a reality. Our civilian courts are under-resourced and overwhelmed. Court delays are rampant, and victims of sexual assault often see their cases dismissed or delayed under Jordan's principle, which forces charges to be stayed if trials are not being held in a reasonable time frame. This means adding further trauma and uncertainty to survivors. According to the testimony heard in the Status of Women Committee, only a tiny fraction of the reported sexual assault cases ever lead to convictions. And even then, penalties are minimal. Victims deserve justice free from political gamesmanship, and the accused deserve a fair and impartial process. Let me remind the House about the handling of Jonathan Vance's case. Despite credible allegations, the government gave Vance a raise while investigating his wrongdoing. There was clear signals to victims that their suffering was secondary to political expediency. Moreover, the Defense Committee, which should have been the forum for accountability, was suspended for months amid Liberal filibustering, preventing proper oversight and investigation. The government's pattern of delay, of denial, of shielding high-ranking officials, and of stalling justice cannot be ignored. We have heart-wrenching testimony from survivors describing gang rape, sexual violations, and the pervasive culture of silence within the military. They've waited years for reforms that have only just now been proposed. Bill C-11 may be a step forward, but it's long overdue and still incomplete. Victims deserve better than being used as political pawns. Conservatives call on this government to finally take responsibility, implement meaningful changes now, ensure the civilian justice system is fully resourced to handle these cases, protect victims from further trauma, and provide them with real justice. To those who have suffered, we see you, we hear you, we stand with you. But to those who have allowed this problem to persist for a decade with political games and cover-ups, the time for excuses is over. Mr. Speaker, our national security depends not only on weapons and strategy, but on the moral strength and of our institutions. We owe it to every man, woman in uniform to uphold justice, integrity, and respect. Conservatives will continue to hold this government accountable for its failures and push for real reforms that serve victims, respect due process, and restore trust in our Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
I have to interrupt the member. He'll have 2 minutes when the House next takes up C-11. Comme il est 6h30.
As it is 6:30, the House is adjourned.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South. I kind of jumped over.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great privilege to rise in this House once again and ask the government a question to which it has not been all that forthright in answering, which is what precisely are its plans when it comes to its long-standing desire to censor what Canadians see, say, and do on the Internet. Now, not that long ago in this House, Mr. Speaker, I asked the Minister of Canadian Identity what he was planning to do. Actually, I asked him if he would cop up to the fact that he was the minister tasked with online censorship, given that there seemed to be some doubt and actually some examples of Liberal ministers clamoring over precisely who got to take up that honour. But I need to give a bit of a history lesson for those who haven't been following this. The Liberals have, for the last 2 parliaments, tried to bring in draconian online censorship bills. They tried it in the 43rd Parliament and failed. They tried it in the 44th Parliament and failed. And now both the Justice Minister and the Minister for Canadian Identity have said this still remains a very live priority. When it comes to online censorship, the Liberals are saying, if at first you don't succeed, try again. What Canadians are saying is, take the loss and sit down. Canadians do not want this government to regulate online speech. Canadians do not trust this government to do it. We are already seeing with Bill C-9, the Liberals reduce the threshold for what constitutes hate speech. We've seen in this bill them water down a definition that has been working in criminal law in Canada. C-63 in the most recent Parliament, the Online Harms Act, went far beyond this. C-63 actually would empower the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal to prosecute Canadians for saying things that offended people online. The Liberals were bringing back a much maligned, and I'm grateful to say, formerly repealed section of the Canadian Human Rights Act, Section 13. That's what's at issue when we talk about so-called online harms. And I have no doubt that the parliamentary secretary to the minister tonight will talk about all of the examples of why this is so necessary. But the reality is the condemnation of the Liberal government's online harms proposals has come from left and right. It's come from civil liberties groups on the left and right. It's come from Canadian luminaries such as Margaret Atwood, who I do not believe would ever align herself with those of us on this side of the bench, because Canadian free speech advocates, Canadian artists, Canadian scholars, journalists all realize the importance of being able to speak your mind without the government weaponizing a definition of hate to censor what Canadians do. And the reason I bring this up now is because when I asked the minister the first time around for this, he started talking about Google. He started talking about Google trying to give money to pacify the government when it comes to local journalism initiatives. But the minister was mixing up the many online censorship bills the Liberal government has put forward. And I realize there have been a lot of them. It's tough to keep on top of them. I wasn't asking him about Bill C-11, which forced the government to mandate YouTube algorithms and streaming. I wasn't talking about Bill C-18, which the government used and ultimately pulled local news and all journalism off the Facebook and Instagram platforms in Canada. I was talking specifically about online harms, a term that the government uses to cloak what it's doing in something that, to someone who doesn't pay attention to these issues, may make them feel good, like it's a good thing, but in reality has no other objective but to reduce what is acceptable and permissible in the bounds of debate and the bounds of free society. So I'm asking this government once and for all, will it commit to taking its so-called online harm censorship bill out of the playbook and not censor what Canadians say and do online?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for to the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I would like to reassure Canadians that they are right to trust our Liberal government. We will protect their rights. Bill C-11 modernized the Broadcasting Act to ensure that digital platforms, which play such an important role in how Canadians stream music and audiovisual content, contribute fairly to support Canadian content. It did not allow the government to control YouTube algorithms. In fact, our government asked the CRTC not to impose regulations on online broadcasters that would impact the content of social media creators, including podcasters. My colleague does not seem to understand the link between C-11 and C-18, so I will explain it. C-11 also requires the CRTC to regulate the broadcasting system in a way that is compatible with freedom of expression.
That motivates Bill C-18's requirement that tech giants who act as gatekeepers of online news must negotiate fairly with the new businesses that inform Canadians. News outlets play a vital role in maintaining a healthy democracy. The Online News Act was passed in December 2023 to support Canada's news sector and ensure that Canadians have access to reliable news and journalism. It aims to ensure that dominant platforms like Google and Facebook compensate new organizations when their intent is made available on their services. Google
actively participated in the regulatory process and agreed to pay an annual financial contribution of $100 million indexed to inflation to support the Canadian information ecosystem. So far, over $48 million have been provided to 231 news providers, including local and independent news outlets.
The members have engaged with these platforms. They are still not accountable and transparent on how harmful content is managed, and that's the point. We know that social media platforms are being used to threaten, intimidate, bully, and harass people. They're being used to promote racist, anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, misogynist, and homophobic views that target communities, put people's safety at risk, and undermines Canada's social cohesion and our democracy. Social media platforms are also used by predators and offenders to exploit children. Conservatives like to pretend that any attempt at addressing online harms is an affront to freedom. Yet we know for a fact that 4 in 10 Canadians are exposed to online hate on a monthly or weekly basis. Conservative politicians need to stop hiding behind false outrage and join us in ensuring that Canadians feel safe in their community. Our Liberal government campaigned on a clear commitment to introduce legislation to protect children from horrific crimes, including online sexploitation and extortion, and give law enforcement and prosecutors the tools to stop these crimes and brings predators to justice, and Canadians elect us to deliver on it.
Our Department of Justice has just introduced the Combating Hate Act, a piece of legislation which would fight against rising hate by strengthening penalties for hate crimes, intimidation, and obstruction. We will never compromise Canadians' abilities to express themselves online.
Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for what I'm assuming was intended to be a response to the question. The Conservatives have zero objection to cracking down hard on online child sexual exploitation, and I hope the government will support the member's bill from the member for Calgary Signal Hill taking aim at that. But the Liberal government in Bill C-36 and C-63 lumped that in with its Orwellian anti-free speech censorship laws to do exactly what the Parliamentary Secretary is doing right now, which is to say that if you do not trust the government to weaponize the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal with a lower, murky threshold for so-called hate speech, you're therefore okay with child sexual exploitation, which we are not. So will the Parliamentary Secretary clear things up right now and say that Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act, under the so-called online harms guise, will not be coming back and censoring Canadian speech online?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that our government would never censor Canadians because we respect the rights of Canadians. Bills C-11 and C-18 were designed to create a level playing field between major digital platforms on one hand and Canadian producers and distributors of news and online content, respectively. These bills do not tell Canadians what to consume, and they do not restrict Canadians' access to a wide variety of Canadian and international media. Currently, platforms are not responsible or transparent about how they manage harmful content, including content that does impact children seriously.
Freedom of expression and freedom of press, two essential pillars of our democracy. Our government doesn't censor. We protect, we defend freedom of expression, advocate and support Canadian media, and keep the children safe online. Thank you, Mr. President.
The member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, my question is very simple. A yes or no question. Can the Liberals confirm if Canadian Blood Services is currently honouring their commitment that all products made from their blood donations would stay in Canada? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives try to spread misinformation, the reality is very different. First, Canadian Blood Services manages Canada's blood supply outside of Quebec independently at arm's length from the federal government. HeMa Quebec operates the same way within Quebec. Both work with the provinces and territories, which in turn determines how plasma is collected in their jurisdictions, including the role of paid plasma collection. Health Canada is only involved in the regulation of the safety of blood plasma collection and products made from blood and plasma. It has no role in the day-to-day operation of Canadian Blood Services, no matter what the Conservatives insinuate. Secondly, as the Conservatives are all very well aware, Canadian Blood Services has stated time and again that it doesn't sell the blood or plasma it collects from Canadians. For the Conservatives to simply to imply otherwise will only spread misinformation and fear at a time when our provincial and territorial partners are working hard to increase their blood and plasma supply. Lastly, Canadian Blood Services have made it very clear that it is selling a waste byproduct called albumin to Grifols. Canadian Blood Services has stated publicly and repeatedly that Canada already has sufficient albumin for the needs of Canadians and is therefore allowing Grifols to sell excess albumin. What this means for Canadians is that Grifols is taking albumin, again, a waste byproduct, sending it to a manufacturing facility outside of Canada and turning it into life-saving plasma, which Canadian Blood Services then buys back at a significantly reduced rate, increasing the Canadian blood supply. In fact, due to agreements like this, Grifols is opening the very first manufacturing facility in Canada for plasma products in Ville-Saint-Laurent, Montreal, that will establish Canada's very first end-to-end domestic blood supply chain. To state this clearly, Canadian Blood Services is not selling Canadian blood overseas. It is working to increase our blood supply. Selling of excess waste products has no impact on Canada's blood supply. Canadians can rest assured that if they have donated plasma to Canadian Blood Services or HeMa Quebec, it is being used exclusively to make products for Canadians, and these products are not being sold abroad. Thank you.
The member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the member did not answer my question. Surely, Health Canada would know this. So is Canadian Blood Services currently honouring their commitment that all products made from their blood donations would stay in Canada? Yes or no, Mr. Speaker?
Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the reality is far different from the complicated misinformation the Conservatives would have Canadians believe. Canadian Blood Services operates at arm's length from the federal government and is working to increase the supply of blood and plasma for Canadians. We will encourage Canadian Blood Services to make sure that Canada's blood supply is always there for Canadians, and there's no evidence to suggest that it is not working in the best interest of Canadians. It is disappointing that Conservatives would try to discourage Canadians from donating blood to Canadian Blood Services. Thank you.
The member for Nunavut.
In response to the throne speech, I had asked if the minister would reverse their colonial approach or would Indigenous rights be violated. The Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations replied with promises about nation-building projects, a stronger economy, and a stronger Canada. I do not see how Canada can become stronger when rights of Indigenous peoples are violated by the current government. Fundamental Indigenous rights are being denied. Many Indigenous people still do not have access to clean drinking water. Inuit children are going to school hungry. Families are sleeping in overcrowded or molded houses. Free, prior, and informed consent is disregarded. How quickly Bill C-5 was passed showed the true colors of the Liberals. They do not respect Indigenous peoples. They prevented free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples. Liberals only hold meetings with Indigenous nations to win votes. When C-5 was pushed through Parliament, thousands of Indigenous peoples had been and remain evacuated from forest fires. While Indigenous peoples coped with losing their livelihoods, Liberals violated their rights to give free, prior, and informed consent to Bill C-5. The Liberals' goal of building Canada strong oppresses Indigenous nations. Canada strong keeps Indigenous peoples in poverty, keeps Indigenous peoples without infrastructure such as housing, infrastructure to provide safe drinking water, and to generate economies among Indigenous strength. In 2021, Canada adopted UNDRIP, which commits Canada to taking necessary measures to ensure Canadian laws are consistent with UNDRIP. On free, prior, and informed consent, I quote, UNDRIP will provide all peoples with the right to freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. The Liberals see FPIC as a barrier to economic goals. Their investments in natural resource development manipulate Indigenous communities to economic development disguised as economic reconciliation. There is no reconciliation in taking land and resources from Indigenous peoples without consent. The Prime Minister had meetings with Indigenous peoples after Bill C-5 was passed. This is not respect to Indigenous peoples, especially when they specifically called for the delay of passing Bill C-5. The Liberals' Indigenous Advisory Council is another Liberal ploy to deceive Canadians into thinking Indigenous voices are being heard. A Council of Indigenous Advisors is not a suitable replacement for consultation with Indigenous rights holders. In what way will the Advisory Council's role respect right holders?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the chance to further answer your question. Today, I speak in strong support of the government's unwavering commitment to consulting with Indigenous people and fostering genuine opportunities for Indigenous equity in major projects. Canada stands at a pivotal moment in its journey into reconciliation, one that calls for true partnership and meaningful action. This commitment is not just a promise, it's embedded in our legislation and operational practices. Ensuring Indigenous rights are upheld and Indigenous knowledge is actively incorporated into assessments for all projects of national interest. A critical feature of the newly created Major Project Office is its Indigenous Advisory Council. This council brings together 11 exceptional representatives from First Nation, Inuit, Métis, and modern treaty and self-governing communities from across the country. The Council's expert advice shapes policies and improves operational practices, guaranteeing Indigenous perspective and interest are truly embedded in major project decision-making. This is not just an advisory role and in name only. Its contribution will have tangible impacts on project design, execution, and outcome, reflecting our dedication to nation, government to the government, and Inuit-Crown relationships, grounded in respects and recognition of rights, including the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. Nous savons que la réconciliation et la transformation.
We know that reconciliation and economic transformation go hand in hand with the inclusion of Indigenous peoples. That is why the government has broadened the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program. It was initially a $5 billion program, and now $10 billion are earmarked to support Indigenous peoples' participation in capital, not only in energy and natural resources projects, but also in infrastructure, transportation, and trade projects. This program addresses the ongoing obstacles and enables Indigenous communities to participate in important projects, which will open new paths towards prosperity. But our work doesn't end there. The Major Projects Bureau has made important commitments, $40 million over 2 years, to strengthen Indigenous peoples' capacity to participate in major projects. Right from the beginning, these targeted investments will increase technical skills, will use clean technology, and support Indigenous communities in their energy transitions and sustainable resource development. Mr. Speaker, moving forward with reconciliation is not only the right thing to do, it's also essential for Canada's long-term economic growth and for environmental management. Our success will depend on solid and respectful relationships with Indigenous peoples, who are both stewards and innovators on this land. We are taking bold and historic measures to guarantee that Indigenous communities have access to capital and can be a real part of the prosperity that is led to by these projects.
For Nunavut.
It is clear that the Liberals have no concern for Indigenous peoples and their rights. Their so-called consultations were nothing more than a publicity stunt to limit backlash. The Inuit Tapiri Kanatami, Assembly of First Nations, and Métis Nations expressed their concerns on Bill C-5. However, it was still rushed through to become law. At the same time, this Liberal government is projecting cuts to Indigenous Services Canada. How will making cuts to the Indigenous Services Canada to programs and services mean losing investments in Indigenous people's well-being and support? How will this Liberal government support Indigenous people's well-being?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire au ministre de l'Énergie.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy.
Speaker, I think the honourable member will appreciate a few examples of Indigenous-owned and partly owned projects that our government helped fund. Let's start in Saskatchewan with the Bekevar Wind Energy Project. This is one of Canada's largest wind farms. The Cowessess First Nation is a majority owner, and it's backed by $50 million in federal support. Then there's the Oneida Energy Storage Project, a leading example of large-scale battery storage. This facility is a partnership that includes the Six Nations of the Grand River Development Corporation, Northland Power, NR Store, and Aecon Group. It stands out as one of the largest Indigenous partner energy storage facility in North America and received a $50 million federal government. There are many more examples I can speak to, but let me clear that we're committed to reconciliation, to duty to consult, and supporting Indigenous equity and leadership.
À l'ordre.
Order. It being 6:53 p.m., the House will adjourn until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.